Book 1, Chapter 1 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1, Sir Percy Explains, Chapter 1. It was not, heaven help us all, a very uncommon occurrence these days. A woman, almost unsexed by misery, starvation, and an abnormal excitement engendered by daily spectacles of revenge and of cruelty. They were to be met with every day, round every street corner, these harridans, more terrible by far than were the men. This one was still comparatively young, 30 at most. Would have been good-looking, too, for the features were really delicate, the nose chiseled, the brow straight, the chin round and small, but the mouth, heavens, what a mouth, hard and cruel and thin-lipped, and those eyes, sunken and rimmed with purple, eyes that told tales of sorrow and, yes, of degradation. The crowd stood round her sullen and apathetic, poor miserable wretches like herself, staring at her antics with lackluster eyes and an ever-recurrent contemptuous shrug of the shoulders. The woman was dancing, contorting her body in the small circle of light formed by the flickering lantern, which was hung across the street from house to house, striking the muddy pavement with her shoeless feet, all to the sound of a beribboned tambourine, which she struck now and again with her small grimy hand. From time to time she paused, held out the tambourine at arm's length, and went the round of the spectators asking for alms. But at her approach the crowd at once seemed to disintegrate, to melt into the humid evening air. It was but rarely that a greasy token fell into the outstretched tambourine. Then, as the woman started again to dance, the crowd gradually reassembled, and stood hands in pockets, lips still sullen and contemptuous, but eyes watchful of the spectacle. There were such few spectacles these days, other than the monotonous processions of tumbrils with their load of aristocrats for the guillotine. So the crowd watched, and the woman danced. The lantern overhead threw a weird light on red caps and tricolor cockades, on the sullen faces of the men and the shoulders of the women, on the dancer's weird antics and her flying tattered skirts. She was obviously tired, as a poor performing cur might be, or a bear prodding along to uncongenial buffoonery. Every time that she paused and solicited alms with her tambourine, the crowd dispersed, and some of them laughed because she insisted. "Voyons," she said, with a weird attempt at gaiety. "A couple of sous for the entertainment, citizen. You have stood here half an hour. You can't have it all for nothing. What?" The man, young, square-shouldered, thick-lipped, with the look of a bully about his well-clad person, retorted with a coarse insult, which the woman resented. They were high words. The crowd, for the most part, ranged itself on the side of the bully. The woman backed against the wall nearest to her, held feeble, emaciated hands up to her ears in a vain endeavor to shut out the hideous jeers and ribald jokes that were the natural weapons of this untamed crowd. Soon blows began to rain. Not a few fell upon the unfortunate woman. She screamed, and the more she screamed the louder did the crowd jeer. The uglier became its temper. Then suddenly it was all over. How it happened, the woman could not tell. She had closed her eyes, feeling sick and dizzy. But she had heard a loud call, words spoken in English, a language which she understood, a pleasant laugh, and a brief but violent scuffle. After that the hurrying retreat of many feet, the click of sabots on the uneven pavement, and the patter of shoeless feet, and then silence. She had fallen on her knees and was cowering against the wall, had lost consciousness, probably for a minute or two. Then she heard that pleasant laugh again, and the soft drawl of the English tongue. "I love to see those beggars scuttling off like so many rats to their burrows, don't you, folks?" "They didn't put up much fight, the cowards," came from another voice, also in English. "A dozen of them against this wretched woman. What had best be done with her?" "I'll see to her," rejoined the first speaker. "You and Tony best find the others. Tell them I shall be round directly." It all seemed like a dream. The woman dared not open her eyes. less reality, hideous and brutal, once more confronted her. Then all at once she felt that her poor, weak body, encircled by strong arms, was lifted off the ground, and that she was being carried down the street, away from the light projected by the lantern overhead, into the sheltering darkness of a yawning porte cochere, but she was not then fully conscious. End of Book 1, Chapter 1. Book 1, Chapter 2 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1, Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 2. When she reopened her eyes, she was in what appeared to be the lodge of a concierge. She was lying on a horsehair sofa. There was a sense of warmth and of security around her. No wonder that it still seemed like a dream. Before her stood a man, tall and straight, surely a being from another world, or so he appeared to the poor wretch who, since uncountable time, had set eyes on none but the most miserable dregs of struggling humanity, who had seen little else but rags and faces either cruel or wretched. This man was clad in a huge caped coat, which made his powerful figure seem preternaturally large. His hair was fair and slightly curly above his low, square brow. The eyes beneath their heavy lids looked down on her with unmistakable kindness. The poor woman struggled to her feet. With a quick and pathetically humble gesture, she drew her ragged, muddy skirts over her ankles and her tattered kerchief across her breast. "I had best go now, monsieur, citizen," she murmured, while a hot flush rose to the roots of her unkempt hair. "I must not stop here. "You are not going, madame," he broke in, speaking now in perfect French and with a great air of authority, as one who is accustomed to being implicitly obeyed, "until you have told me how a lady of culture and of refinement comes to be masquerading as a street dancer. The game is a dangerous one, as you have experienced tonight." "It is no game, monsieur, citizen," she stammered, "nor yet a masquerade. I have been a street dancer all my life, and—" By way of an answer he took her hand, always with that air of authority which she never thought to resent. "This is not a street dancer's hand, madame," he said quietly, "nor is your speech that of the people." She drew her hand away quickly, and the flush on her haggard face deepened. "If you will honor me with your confidence, madame," he insisted. The kindly words, the courtesy of the man, went to the poor creature's heart. She fell back upon the sofa, and with her face buried in her arms she sobbed out her heart for a minute or two. The man waited, quite patiently. He had seen many women weep these days, and had dried many a tear through deeds of valor and of self-sacrifice, which were forever recorded in the hearts of those whom he had succored. When this poor woman had succeeded in recovering some semblance of self-control, she turned her wan, tear-stained face to him and said simply, "My name is Madeleine Lannoy, monsieur. My husband was killed during the émeute at Versailles, whilst defending the persons of the Queen and of the royal children against the fury of the mob. When I was a girl I had the misfortune to attract the attentions of a young doctor named Jean-Paul Marat. You have heard of him, monsieur?" The other nodded. "You know him, perhaps," she continued, "for what he is, the most cruel and revengeful of men. A few years ago he threw up his lucrative appointment as court physician to Monseigneur le Comte d'Artois, and gave up the profession of medicine for that of journalist and politician. Politician! Heaven help him! He belongs to the most bloodthirsty section of revolutionary brigands. His creed is pillage, murder, and revenge, and he chooses to declare that it is I who, by rejecting his love, drove him to these foul extremities. May God forgive him that abominable lie! The evil we do, monsieur, is within us. It does not come from circumstance. I, in the meanwhile, was a happy wife. My husband, Monsieur de Lannoy, who was an officer in the army, idolized me. We had one child, a boy." She paused, with another catch in her throat. Then she resumed, with calmness that, in view of the tale she told, sounded strangely weird. "In June last year my child was stolen from me. Stolen by Marat, in hideous revenge for the supposed wrong which I had done him. The details of that execrable outrage are of no importance. I was decoyed from home one day through the agency of a forged message purporting to come from a very dear friend, whom I knew to be in grave trouble at the time. Oh, the whole thing was thoroughly well thought out, I can assure you," she continued, with a harsh laugh which ended in a heart-rending sob. "The forged message, the suborned servant, the threats of terrible reprisals if anyone in the village gave me the slightest warning or clue. When the whole miserable business was accomplished, I was just like a trapped animal inside a cage, held captive by immovable bars of obstinate silence and cruel indifference. No one would help me. No one ostensibly knew anything. No one had seen anything, heard anything. The child was gone. My servants, the people in the village, some of whom I would have sworn were true and sympathetic, only shrugged their shoulders. Que voulez-vous, madame? Children of bourgeois as well as of aristos are often taken up by the state to be brought up as true patriots and no longer pampered like so many lapdogs. 3 days later I received a letter from that inhuman monster Jean-Paul Marat. He told me that he had taken my child away from me, not from any idea of revenge for my disdain in the past, but from a spirit of pure patriotism. My boy, he said, should not be brought up with the same ideas of bourgeois effeteness and love of luxury which had disgraced the nation for centuries. No, he should be reared amongst men who had realized the true value of fraternity and equality, and the ideal of complete liberty for the individual to lead his own life, unfettered by senseless prejudices of education and refinement. Which means, monsieur," the poor woman went on, with passionate misery, "that my child is to be reared up in the company of all that is most vile and most degraded in the disease-haunted slums of indigent Paris. That with the connivance of that execrable fiend Marat, my only son will mayhap come back to me one day a potential thief, a criminal probably, a drink-sodden reprobate at best. Such things are done every day in this glorious revolution of ours, done in the sacred name of France and of liberty. And the moral murder of my child is to be my punishment for daring to turn a deaf ear to the indign passion of a brute." Once more she paused, and when the melancholy echo of her broken voice had died away in the narrow room, not another murmur broke the stillness of this far-away corner of the great city. The man did not move. He stood looking down upon the poor woman before him, a world of pity expressed in his deep-set eyes. Through the absolute silence around there came the sound as of a gentle flutter, the current of cold air mayhap, sighing through the ill-fitting shutters, or the soft weird soughing made by unseen things. The man's heart was full of pity, and it seemed as if the angel of compassion had come at his bidding and enfolded the sorrowing woman with his wings. A moment or two later she was able to finish her pathetic narrative. "Do you marvel, monsieur," she said, "that I am still sane, still alive? But I only live to find my child. I try and keep my reason in order to fight the devilish cunning of a brute on his own ground. Up to now all my inquiries have been in vain. At first I squandered money, tried judicial means, set up an army of sleuth-hounds on the track. I tried bribery, corruption. I went to the wretch himself and abased myself in the dust before him. He only laughed at me, and told me that his love for me had died long ago. He now was lavishing its treasures upon the faithful friend and companion, that awful woman, Simone Evrard, who had stood by him in the darkest hours of his misfortunes. Then it was that I decided to adopt different tactics. Since my child was to be reared in the midst of murderers and thieves, I too would haunt their abodes. I became a street singer, dancer, what you will. I wear rags now, and solicit alms. I haunt the most disreputable cabarets in the lowest slums of Paris. I listen and I spy. I question every man, woman, and child who might afford some clue, give me some indication. There is hardly a house in these parts that I have not visited and whence I have not been kicked out as an importunate beggar, or worse. Gradually I am narrowing the circle of my investigations. Presently I shall get a clue. I shall. I know I shall. God cannot allow this monstrous thing to go on." Again there was silence. The poor woman had completely broken down. Shame, humiliation, passionate grief had made her a mere miserable wreckage of humanity. The man waited a while until she was composed. Then he said simply, "You have suffered terribly, madame, but chiefly, I think, because you have been alone in your grief. You have brooded over it until it has threatened your reason. Now, if you will allow me to act as your friend, I will pledge you my word that I will find your son for you. Will you trust me sufficiently to give up your present methods and place yourself entirely in my hands? There are more than a dozen gallant gentlemen who are my friends and who will help me in my search, but for this I must have a free hand, and only help from you when I require it. I can find you lodgings where you will be quite safe under the protection of my wife, who is like an angel as any man or woman I have ever met on this earth. When your son is once more in your arms, you will, I hope, accompany us to England, where so many of your friends have already found a refuge. If this meets with your approval, madame, you may command me, for with your permission I mean to be your most devoted servant." Dante, in his wild imaginations of hell and of purgatory, and fleeting glimpses of paradise, never put before us the picture of a soul that was lost and found heaven after a cycle of despair. Nor could Madeleine Lannoy ever explain her feelings at that moment, even to herself. To begin with, she could not quite grasp the reality of this ray of hope which came at her at the darkest hour of her misery. She stared at the man before her as she would on an ethereal vision. She fell on her knees and buried her face in her hands. What happened afterwards she hardly knew. She was in a state of semi-consciousness. When she once more awoke to reality, she was in comfortable lodgings. She moved and talked and ate, and lived like a human being. She was no longer a pariah, an outcast, a poor half-demented creature, insentient save for an infinite capacity for suffering. She suffered still, but she no longer despaired. There had been such marvellous power and confidence in that man's voice when he said, "I pledge you my word." Madeleine Lannoy lived now in hope and a sweet sense of perfect mental and bodily security. Around her there was an influence too, a presence which she did not often see, but always felt to be there, a woman, tall and graceful and sympathetic, who was always ready to cheer, to comfort, and to help. Her name was Marguerite. Madame Lannoy never knew her by any other. The man had spoken of her as being as like an angel as could be met on this earth, and poor Madeleine Lannoy fully agreed with him. End of Book 1, Chapter 2.
Book 1, Chapter 3 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1, Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 3. Even that bloodthirsty tiger, Jean-Paul Marat, has had his apologists. His friends have called him a martyr, a selfless and incorruptible exponent of social and political ideals. We may take it that Simone Everard loved him, for a more impassioned obituary speech was, mayhap, never spoken than the one which she delivered before the National Assembly in honour of that sinister demagogue, whose writings and activities will forever sully some of the really fine pages of that revolutionary era. But with those apologists we have naught to do. History has talked its fill of the inhuman monster. With the more intimate biographists alone has this true chronicle any concern. It is one of these who tells us that on or about the 18th day of Messidor, in the year 1 of the Republic, a date which corresponds with the 6th of July, 1793, of our own calendar, Jean Paul Marat took an additional man into his service, at the insistence of Jeannette Marechal, his cook and maid of all work. Marat was at this time a martyr to an unpleasant form of skin disease, brought on by the terrible privations which he had endured during the few years preceding his association with Simone Evrard, the faithful friend and housekeeper, whose small fortune subsequently provided him with some degree of comfort. The man whom Jeannette Marechal, the cook, introduced into the household of number 30, Rue des Cordeliers. That worthy woman had literally picked one day out of the gutter where he was grabbing for scraps of food like some wretched starving cur. He appeared to be known to the police of the section, his identity book proclaiming him to be one Paul Mole, who had served his time in gaol for a larceny. He professed himself willing to do any work required of him, for the merest pittance and some kind of roof over his head. Simone Evrard allowed Jeannette to take him in, partly out of compassion, and partly with a view to easing the woman's own burden. The only other domestic in the house, a man named Bas, being more interested in politics and the meetings of the Club des Jacobins than he was in his master's ailments. The man Mole, moreover, appeared to know something of medicine and of herbs and how to prepare the warm baths which alone eased the unfortunate Marat from pain. He was powerfully built, too, and though he muttered and grumbled a great deal, and indulged in prolonged fits of sulkiness when he would not open his mouth to anyone, he was, on the whole, helpful and good-tempered. There must also have been something about his whole wretched personality which made a strong appeal to the friend of the people, for it is quite evident that within a few days Paul Mole had won no small measure of his master's confidence. Marat, sick, fretful, and worried, had taken an unreasoning dislike to his servant Bas. He was thankful to have a stranger about him, a man who was as miserable as he himself had been a very little while ago, who, like himself, had lived in cellars and in underground burrows, and lived on the scraps of food which even street curs had disdained. On the 7th day following Mole's entry into the household, and while the latter was preparing his employer's bath, Marat said abruptly to him: "You'll go as far as the Chemin de Pantin today for me, citizen. You know your way?" "I can find it, what?" muttered Mole, who appeared to be in one of his surly moods. "You will have to go very circumspectly," Marat went on, in his cracked and feeble voice, "and see to it that no one spies upon your movements. I have many enemies, citizen, one especially, a woman. She is always prying and spying on me. So beware of any woman you see lurking about your heels." Mole gave a half audible grunt in reply. "You had best go after dark," the other rejoined after a while. "Come back to me after 9 o'clock. It is not far to the Chemin de Pantin, just where it intersects the Rue de Meaux. You can get there and back before midnight. The people will admit you. I will give you a ring, the only thing I possess. It has little or no value," he added with a harsh, grating laugh. "It will not be worth your while to steal it. You will have to see a brat and report to me on his condition. His appearance, what? Talk to him a bit, see what he says, and let me know. It is not difficult." "No, citizen." Mole helped the suffering wretch into his bath. Not a movement, Not a quiver of the eyelid betrayed one single emotion which he may have felt, neither loathing nor sympathy, only placid indifference. He was just a half starved menial, thankful to accomplish any task for the sake of satisfying a craving stomach. Marat stretched out his shrunken limbs in the herbal water with a sigh of well-being. "And the ring, citizen?" Mole suggested presently. The demagogue held up his left hand. It was emaciated and disfigured by disease. A cheap-looking metal ring, set with a false stone, glistened upon the fourth finger. "Take it off," he said curtly. The ring must have all along been too small for the bony hand of the once famous court physician. Even now it appeared embedded in the flabby skin and refused to slide over the knuckle. "The water will loosen it," remarked Mole quietly. Marat dipped his hand back in the water, and the other stood beside him, silent and stolid, his broad shoulders bent, his face naught but a mask, void and expressionless beneath its coating of grime. 1 or 2 seconds went by. The air was heavy with the steam and a medley of evil-smelling fumes which hung in the close atmosphere of the narrow room. The sick man appeared to be drowsy, his head rolled over to one side, his eyes closed. He had evidently forgotten all about the ring. A woman's voice, shrill and peremptory, broke the silence which had become oppressive. "Here, citizen Mole, I want you. There's not a bit of wood chopped up for my fire, and how am I to make the coffee without firing, I should like to know?" "The ring, citizen," Mole urged gruffly. Marat had been roused by the woman's sharp voice. He cursed her for a noisy harridan. Then he said fretfully: "It will do presently, when you are ready to start. I said 9 o'clock. It is only 4 now. I am tired. Tell Citizeness Evrard to bring me some hot coffee in an hour's time. You can go and fetch me the Moniteur now, and take back these proofs to citizen Dufour. You'll find him at the Cordeliers, or else at the printing works. Come back at 9 o'clock. I am tired now. Too tired to tell you where to find the house, which is off the Chemin de Pantin. Presently will do." Even while he spoke, he appeared to drop into a fitful sleep. His 2 hands were hidden under the sheet which covered the bath. Mole watched him in silence for a moment or two. Then he turned on his heel and shuffled off through the anteroom into the kitchen beyond, where presently he sat down, squatting in an angle of the stove, and started with his usual stolidness to chop wood for the citizeness' fire. When this task was done, and he had received a chunk of sour bread for his reward from Jeannette Marechal, the cook, he shuffled out of the place and into the street to do his employer's errands. End of Book 1, Chapter 3. Recording by Linda Andress. Book 1, Chapter 4 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1. Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 4. Paul Mole had been to the offices of the Moniteur and to the printing works of Les Amis de Pimpernel. He had seen the citizen Dufour at the club, and, presumably, had spent the rest of his time wandering idly about the streets of the Quartier, for he did not return to the Rue des Cordeliers until 9 o'clock. As soon as he came to the top of the street, He fell in with the crowd which had collected outside number 30. With his habitual slouchy gait and the steady pressure of his powerful elbows, he pushed his way to the door, whilst gleaning whisperings and rumours on his way. "The citizen Marat has been assassinated." "By a woman?" "A mere girl." "A wench from Caen. Her name is Corday." "The people nearly tore her to pieces a while ago." "She is as much as guillotined already." The latter remark went off with a loud guffaw and many a ribald joke. Mole, despite his great height, succeeded in getting through unperceived. He was of no account, and he knew his way inside the house. It was full of people, journalists, gaffers, women and men, the usual crowd that come to gape. The citizen Marat was a great personage, the friend of the people, an incorruptible if ever there was one. Just look at the simplicity, almost the poverty, in which he lived. Only the aristos hated him, and the fat bourgeoisie who battened on the people. Citizen Marat had sent hundreds of them to the guillotine with a stroke of his pen or a denunciation from his fearless tongue. Mole did not pause to listen to these comments. He pushed his way through the throng up the stairs to his late employer's lodgings on the first floor. The anteroom was crowded. So were the other rooms, but the greatest pressure was around the door immediately facing him, the one which gave on to the bathroom. In the kitchen on his right, where a while ago he had been chopping wood under a flood of abuse from Jeannette Marechal, he caught sight of this woman, cowering by the hearth, her filthy apron thrown over her head, and crying, yes, crying for the loathsome creature who had expiated some of his abominable crimes at the hands of a poor, misguided girl, whom an infuriated mob was even now threatening to tear to pieces in its rage. The parlour and even Simon's room were also filled with people, men, most of whom Mole knew by sight, friends or enemies of the ranting demagogue who lay murdered in the very bath which his casual servant had prepared for him. Every one was discussing the details of the murder, the punishment of the youthful assassin. Simon Evrard was being loudly blamed for having admitted the girl into citizen Marat's room. But the wench had looked so simple, so innocent, and she said she was the bearer of a message from Caen. She had called twice during the day, and in the evening the citizen himself said that he would see her. Simon had been for sending her away, but the citizen was peremptory. He was so helpless in his bath. Name of a name! The pitiable affair! No one paid much attention to Mole. He listened for a while to Simon's impassioned voice, giving her version of the affair. Then he worked his way stolidly into the bathroom. It was some time before he succeeded in reaching the side of that awful bath wherein lay the dead body of Jean-Paul Marat. The small room was densely packed, not with friends, for there was not a man or woman living, except Simone Evrard and her sisters, whom the bloodthirsty demagogue would have called friend, but his powerful personality had been a menace to many, and now they came in crowds to see that he was really dead, that a girl's feeble hand had actually done the deed which they themselves had only contemplated. They stood about whispering, their heads averted from the ghastly spectacle of this miserable creature, to whom even death had failed to lend his usual attribute of tranquil dignity. The tiny room was inexpressibly hot and stuffy. Hardly a breath of outside air came in through the narrow window, which only gave on the bedroom beyond. An evil-smelling oil lamp swung from the low ceiling and shed its feeble light on the upturned face of the murdered man. Mole stood for a moment or two, silent and pensive, beside that hideous form. There was the bath, just as he had prepared it, the board spread over with a sheet and laid across the bath, above which only the head and shoulders emerged, livid and stained. One hand, the left, grasped the edge of the board with the last convulsive clutch of supreme agony. On the fourth finger of that hand glistened the shoddy ring which Marat had said was not worth stealing. Yet, apparently, it roused the cupidity of the poor wretch who had serviced him faithfully for these last few days, and who now would once more be thrown, starving, friendless, upon the streets of Paris. Mole threw a quick, furtive glance around him. The crowd, which had come to gloat over the murdered terrorist, stood about whispering, with heads averted, engrossed in their own affairs. He slid his hand surreptitiously over that of the dead man. With dexterous manipulation he lifted the finger round which glistened the metal ring. Death appeared to have shrivelled the flesh still more upon the bones, to have contracted the knuckles and shrunk the tendons. The ring slid off quite easily. Mole had it in his hand when suddenly a rough blow struck him on the shoulder. "Trying to rob the dead?" a stern voice shouted in his ear. "Are you a disguised aristo, or what?" At once the whispering ceased. A wave of excitement went round the room. Some people shouted. Others pressed forward to gaze on the abandoned wretch who had been caught in the act of committing a gruesome deed. Robbing the dead! They were experts in evil, most of these men here. Their hands were indelibly stained with some of the foulest crimes ever recorded in history. But there was something ghoulish in this attempt to plunder that awful thing lying there, helpless in the water. There was also a great relief to nerve tension in shouting horror and anathema with self-righteous indignation, and additional excitement in the suggested aristo in disguise. Mole struggled vigorously. He was powerful and his fists were heavy, but he was soon surrounded, held fast by both arms, whilst half a dozen hands tore at his tattered clothes, searched him to his very skin for the booty which he was thought to have taken from the dead. "Leave me alone, curse you!" he shouted, louder than his aggressors. "My name is Paul Mole, I tell you. Ask the Citizeness Evrard. I waited on Citizen Marat. I prepared his bath. I was the only friend who did not turn away from him in his sickness and his poverty. Leave me alone, I say. Why," he added with a hoarse laugh, "Jean Paul in his bath was as naked as on the day he was born." "'Tis true," said one of those who had been most active in rummaging through Mole's grimy rags. "There's nothing to be found on him." But suspicion, once aroused, was not easily allayed. Mole's protestations became more and more vigorous and emphatic. His papers were all in order, he vowed. He had them on him, his own identity papers, clear for anyone to see. Someone had dragged them out of his pocket. They were dank and covered with splashes of mud, hardly legible. They were handed over to a man who stood in the immediate circle of light projected by the lamp. He seized them and examined them carefully. This man was short and slight, was dressed in well-made cloth clothes. His hair was held at the nape of the neck in a modish manner with a black taffeta bow. His hands were clean, slender, and claw-like, and he wore the tricolour scarf of office round his waist, which proclaimed him to be a member of one of the numerous committees which tyrannized over the people. The papers appeared to be in order, and proclaimed the bearer to be Paul Mole, a native of Besançon, a carpenter by trade. The identity book had recently been signed by Jean Paul Marat, the man's latest employer, and been countersigned by the commissary of the section. The man in the tricolour scarf turned with some acerbity on the crowd who was still pressing round the prisoner. "Which of you here," he queried roughly, "levelled an unjust accusation against an honest citizen?" But, as usual in such cases, no one replied directly to that charge. It was not safe these days to come into conflict with men like Mole. The committees were all on their side, against the bourgeois, and as well as against the aristos. This was the reign of the proletariat, and the sans-culottes always emerged triumphant in a conflict against the well-to-do. Nor was it good to rouse the ire of citizen Chauvelin, one of the most powerful, as he was the most pitiless, members of the Committee of Public Safety. Quiet, sarcastic rather than aggressive, something of the aristo too in his clean linen and well-cut clothes, he had not even yielded to the defunct Marat in cruelty and relentless persecution of aristocrats. Evidently his sympathies were now all with Mole, the out-at-elbows, miserable servant of an equally miserable master. His pale-coloured, deep-set eyes challenged the crowd, which gave way before him, slunk back into the corners, away from his coldly threatening glance. Thus he found himself suddenly face to face with Mole, somewhat isolated from the rest, and close to the tin bath with its grim contents. Chauvelin had the papers in his hand. "Take these, citizen," he said curtly to the other. "They are all in order." He looked up at Mole as he said this, for the latter, though his shoulders were bent, was unusually tall, and Mole took the papers from him. Thus for the space of a few seconds the two men looked into one another's face, eyes to eyes, and suddenly Chauvelin felt an icy sweat coursing down his spine. The eyes into which he gazed had a strange, ironical twinkle in them, a kind of good-humoured arrogance, whilst through the firm, clear-cut lips, half hidden by a dirty and ill-kempt beard, there came the sound, oh, a mere echo, of a quaint and inane laugh. The whole thing, it seemed like a vision, was over in a second. Chauvelin, sick and faint with the sudden rush of blood to his head, closed his eyes for one brief instant. The next, the crowd had closed round him. Anxious inquiries reached his reawakened senses. But he uttered one quick, hoarse cry. "Herbert! À moi! Are you there?" "Present, citizen," came in immediate response, and a tall figure in the tattered uniform affected by the Revolutionary Guard stepped briskly out of the crowd. Chauvelin's claw-like hand was shaking visibly. "The man Mole," he called in a voice husky with excitement. "Seize him at once. And, name of a dog, do not allow a living soul in or out of the house." Herbert turned on his heel. The next moment his harsh voice was heard above the din and the general hubbub around. "Quite safe, citizen," he called to his chief. "We have the rogue right enough." There was much shouting and much cursing, a great deal of bustle and confusion, as the men of the Surete closed the doors of the defunct demagogue's lodgings. Some 20 men, a dozen or so women, were locked in. Inside the few rooms which reeked of dirt and of disease. They jostled and pushed, screamed and protested. For 2 and 3 minutes the din was quite deafening. Simonne Evrard pushed her way up to the forefront of the crowd. "What is this I hear?" she queried peremptorily. "Who is accusing citizen Mole? And of what, I should like to know? I am responsible for everyone inside these apartments, and if citizen Marat were still alive—" Chauvelin appeared unaware of all the confusion and of the woman's protestations. He pushed his way through the crowd to the corner of the anteroom where Mole stood, crouching and hunched up, his grimy hands idly fingering the papers which Chauvelin had returned to him a moment ago. Otherwise he did not move. He stood, silent and sullen, and when Chauvelin, who had succeeded in mastering his emotion, gave the peremptory command, "Take this man to the depot at once, and do not allow him 1 instant out of your sight," he made no attempt at escape. He allowed Herbert and the men to seize him, to lead him away. He followed without a word, without a struggle. His massive figure was hunched up like that of an old man. His hands, which still clung to his identity papers, trembled slightly like those of a man who is very frightened and very helpless. The men of the Surete handled him very roughly, but he made no protest. The woman Evrard did all the protesting, vowing that the people would not long tolerate such tyranny. She even forced her way up to Herbert. With a gesture of fury she tried to strike him in the face, and continued with a loud voice her insults and objurgations until, with a movement of his bayonet, he pushed her roughly out of the way. After that Paul Mole, surrounded by the guard, was led without ceremony out of the house. Chauvelin gazed after him as if he had been brought face to face with a ghoul. End of section 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1. Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 5. Chauvelin hurried to the depot. After those few seconds wherein he had felt dazed, incredulous, almost under a spell, he had quickly regained the mastery of his nerves, and regained, too, that intense joy which anticipated triumph is wont to give. In the out-at-the-elbows, half-starved servant of the murdered Terrorist, citizen Chauvelin, of the Committee of Public Safety, had recognized his arch-enemy, that meddlesome and adventurous Englishman who chose to hide his identity under the pseudonym of the Scarlet Pimpernel. He knew that he could reckon on Herbert. His orders not to allow the prisoner one moment out of sight would be a certainty to be strictly obeyed. Herbert, indeed, a few moments later, greeted his chief outside the doors of the depot with the welcome news that Paul Mole was safely under lock and key. "You had no trouble with him?" Chauvelin queried, with ill-concealed eagerness. "No, no, citizen, no trouble," was Herbert's quick reply. "He seems to be a well-known rogue in these parts," he continued with a complacent guffaw, "and some of his friends tried to hustle us at the corner of the Rue de Touraine, no doubt with a view to getting the prisoner away, but we were too strong for them, and Paul Mole is now sulking in his cell and still protesting that his arrest is an outrage against the liberty of the people." Chauvelin made no further remark. He was obviously too excited to speak. Pushing past Herbert and the men of the Surete who stood about the dark and narrow passages of the depot, he sought the commissary of the section in the latter's office. It was now close upon 10 o'clock. The citizen Commissary Cuisinier had finished his work for the day and was preparing to go home and go to bed. He was a family man, had been a respectable bourgeois in his day, and though he was a rank opportunist and had sacrificed not only his political convictions but also his conscience to the exigencies of the time, he still nourished in his innermost heart a secret contempt for the revolutionary brigands who ruled over France at this hour. To any other man than citizen Chauvelin, the citizen Commissary would, no doubt, have given a curt refusal to a request to see a prisoner at this late hour of the evening. But Chauvelin was not a man to be denied, and whilst muttering various objections in his ill-kempt beard, Cuisinier nevertheless gave the orders that the citizen was to be conducted at once to the cells. Paul Mole had in truth turned sulky. The turnkey vowed that the prisoner had hardly stirred since first he had been locked up in the common cell. He sat in a corner at the end of the bench, with his face turned to the wall, and paid no heed either to his fellow prisoners or to the facetious remarks of the warder. Chauvelin went up to him, made some curt remark. Mole kept an obstinate shoulder turned towards him, a grimy shoulder which showed naked through a wide rent in his blouse. This portion of the cell was well nigh in total darkness. The feeble shaft of light which came through the open door hardly penetrated to this remote angle of the squalid burrow. The same sense of mystery and unreality overcame Chauvelin again as he looked on the miserable creature in whom an hour ago He had recognised the super exquisite Sir Percy Blakeney. Now he could only see a vague outline in the gloom, the stooping shoulders, the long limbs, that naked piece of shoulder which caught a feeble reflex from the distant light. Nor did any amount of none too gentle prodding on the part of the warder induce him to change his position. "Leave him alone," said Chauvelin curtly at last. "I have seen all that I wished to see." The cell was insufferably hot and stuffy. Chauvelin, finical and queasy, turned away with a shudder of disgust. There was nothing to be got now out of a prolonged interview with his captured foe. He had seen him. That was sufficient. He had seen the super exquisite Sir Percy Blakeney locked up in a common cell with some of the most scrubby and abject rogues which the slums of indigent Paris could yield, having apparently failed in some undertaking which had demanded for its fulfilment not only tattered clothes and grimy hands, but menial service with a beggarly and disease-ridden employer, whose very propinquity must have been positive torture to the fastidious dandy. Of a truth, this was sufficient for the gratification of any revenge. Chauvelin felt that he could now go contentedly to rest after an evening's work excellently done. He gave order that Mole should be put in a separate cell, denied all intercourse with anyone outside or in the depot, and that he should be guarded on sight, day and night. After that he went his way. End of Book 1, Chapter 5. Recording by Linda Andress. Book 1, Chapter 6 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1. Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 6. The following morning Citizen Chauvelin of the Committee of Public Safety gave due notice to the Citizen Fouquier Tinville, the public prosecutor, that the dangerous English spy, known to the world as the Scarlet Pimpernel, was now safely under lock and key, and that he must be transferred to the Abbaye prison forthwith and to the guillotine as quickly as might be. No one was to take any risks this time. There must be no question either of discrediting this famous league or of obtaining other more valuable information out of him. Such methods had proved disastrous in the past. There were no safe Englishmen these days except the dead ones, and it would not take Citizen Fouquier Tinville much thought or time to frame an indictment against the notorious Scarlet Pimpernel, which would do away with the necessity of a prolonged trial. The revolutionary government was at war with England now, and short work could be made of all poisonous spies. By order, therefore, of the Committee of Public Safety, the prisoner, Paul Mole, was taken out of the cells of the depot and conveyed in a closed carriage to the Abbaye prison. Chauvelin had the pleasure of watching this gratifying spectacle from the windows of the commissariat. When he saw the closed carriage drive away, with Herbert and 2 men inside and 2 others on the box, he turned to Citizen Commissary Cuisinier with a sigh of intense satisfaction. "There goes the most dangerous enemy our glorious Revolution has had," he said, with an accent of triumph which he did not attempt to disguise. Cuisinier shrugged his shoulders. "Possibly," he reported curtly. "He did not seem to me to be very dangerous, and his papers were quite in order." To this assertion Chauvelin made no reply. Indeed, how could he explain to this stolid official the subtle workings of an intriguing brain? Had he himself not had many a proof of how little the forging of identity papers or of passports troubled the members of that accursed league? Had he not seen the Scarlet Pimpernel, that exquisite Sir Percy Blakeney, under disguises that were so grimy and so loathsome that they would have repelled the most abject suborned spy? Indeed, all that was wanted now was the assurance that Herbert, who himself had a deadly and personal grudge against the Scarlet Pimpernel, would not allow him for one moment out of his sight. Fortunately as to this there was no fear. One hint to Herbert and the man was as keen, as determined, as Chauvelin himself. "Set your mind at rest, citizen," he said with a rough oath. "I guessed how matters stood the moment you gave me the order. I knew you would not take all that trouble for a real Paul Mole. But have no fear. That accursed Englishman has not been one second out of my sight from the moment I arrested him in the late citizen Marat's lodgings, and by Satan he shall not be either until I have seen his impudent head fall under the guillotine." He himself, he added, had seen to the arrangements for the disposal of the prisoner in the Abbaye. An inner cell, partially partitioned off in one of the guard rooms, with no egress of its own, and only a tiny grated air hole high up in the wall, which gave on to an outside corridor, and through which not even a cat could manage to slip. Oh, the prisoner was well guarded. The citizen representative need of a truth have no fear. 3 or 4 men of the best and most trustworthy had not left the guard room since the morning. He himself, Herbert, had kept the accursed Englishman in sight all night, and personally conveyed him to the Abbaye, and had only left the guard room a moment ago in order to speak with the citizen representative. He was going now back at once, and would not move until the order came for the prisoner to be conveyed to the Court of Justice and thence to summary execution. For the nonce, Herbert concluded with a complacent chuckle, the Englishman was still crouching dejectedly in a corner of his new cell, with little of him visible save that naked shoulder through his torn shirt, which, in the process of transference from one prison to another, had become a shade more grimy than before. Chauvelin nodded, well satisfied. He commended Herbert for his zeal, rejoiced with him over the inevitable triumph. It would be well to avenge that awful humiliation at Calais last September. Nevertheless, he felt anxious and nervy. He could not comprehend the apathy assumed by the facetious Mole. That the apathy was assumed Chauvelin was keen enough to guess. What it portended he could not conjecture, but that the Englishman would make a desperate attempt at escape was, of course, a foregone conclusion. It rested with Herbert and a guard that could neither be bribed nor fooled into treachery to see that such an attempt remained abortive. What, however, had puzzled citizen Chauvelin all along was the motive which had induced Sir Percy Blakeney to play the role of a menial to Jean Paul Marat. Behind it there lay, undoubtedly, one of those subtle intrigues for which the insolent Scarlet Pimpernel was famous, and with it was associated an attempt at theft upon the murdered body of the demagogue, an attempt which had failed, seeing that the supposititious Paul Mole had been searched and nothing suspicious been found upon his person. Nevertheless, thoughts of that attempted theft disturbed Chauvelin's equanimity. The old legend of the crumpled rose leaf was applicable in this case. Something of his intense satisfaction would pale if this final enterprise of the audacious adventurer were to be brought to a triumphant close in the end. End of Book 1, Chapter 6. Recording by Linda Andress. Book 1, Chapter 7 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1, Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 7. That same forenoon, on his return from the Abbaye and the depot, Chauvelin found that a visitor was waiting for him. A woman who gave her name as Jeannette Marechal desired to speak with the citizen representative. Chauvelin knew the woman as his colleague Marat's maid of all work, and he gave orders that she should be admitted at once. Jeannette Marechal, tearful and not a little frightened, assured the citizen representative that her errand was urgent. Her late employer had so few friends, She did not know whom to turn until she bethought herself of citizen Chauvelin. It took him some little time to disentangle the facts out of the woman's voluble narrative. At first the words "child," "chemin de Pantin," "Leridan," were only a medley of sounds which conveyed no meaning to his ear. But when occasion demanded, citizen Chauvelin was capable of infinite patience. Gradually he understood what the woman was driving at. "The child, citizen," she reiterated excitedly. "What's to be done about him? I know that citizen Marat would have wished—" "Never mind now what citizen Marat would have wished," Chauvelin broke in quietly. "Tell me first who this child is." "I do not know, citizen," she replied. "How do you mean, you do not know? Then I pray you, citizeness, what is all this pother about?" "About the child, citizen," reiterated Jeannette obstinately. "What child?" "The child whom citizen Marat adopted last year and kept at that awful house on the Chemin de Pantin." "I did not know citizen Marat had adopted a child," remarked Chauvelin thoughtfully. "No one knew," she rejoined, "not even citizeness Evrard. I was the only one who knew. I had to go and see the child once every month. It was a wretched, miserable brat," the woman went on, her shrivelled old breast vaguely stirred, mayhap, by some atrophied feeling of motherhood. "More than half starved. And the look in its eyes, citizen, it was enough to make you cry. I could see by his poor little emaciated body and his nice little hands and feet that he ought never to have been put in that awful house where—" She paused, and that quick look of furtive terror, which was so often to be met with in the eyes of the timid these days, crept into her wrinkled face. "Well, citizeness," Chauvelin rejoined quietly, "why don't you proceed? That awful house, you were saying. Where and what is that awful house of which you speak?" "The place kept by citizen Leridan, just by Bassin de l'Ourcq," the woman murmured. "You know it, citizen." Chauvelin nodded. He was beginning to understand. "Well now, tell me," he said, with that bland patience which had so oft served him in good stead in his unavowable profession. "Tell me, last year citizen Marat adopted—we'll say adopted, a child, whom he placed in the Leridans' house on the Pantin road. Is that correct?" "That is just how it is, citizen, and I—" "One moment," he broke in somewhat more sternly, as the woman's garrulity was getting on his nerves. "As you say, I know the Leridans' house. I have had cause to send children there myself, children of aristos or of fat bourgeois whom it was our duty to turn into good citizens. They are not pampered there, I imagine," he went on drily. "And if citizen Marat sent his adopted son there, it was not with a view to having him brought up as an aristo, what?" "The child was not to be brought up at all," said the woman gruffly. "I have often heard citizen Marat say that he hoped the brat would prove a thief when he grew up, and would take to alcoholism like a duck takes to water." "And you know nothing of the child's parents?" "Nothing, citizen. I had to go to Pantin once a month and have a look at him and report to citizen Marat. But I always had the same tale to tell. The child was looking more and more like a young reprobate every time I saw him." "Did citizen Marat pay the Leridans for keeping the child?" "Oh no, citizen. The Leridans make a trade of the children by sending them out to beg. But this one was not to be allowed out yet. Citizen Marat's orders were very stern, and he was wont to terrify the Leridans with awful threats of the guillotine if they ever allowed the child out of their sight." Chauvelin sat silent for a while. A ray of light had traversed the dark and tortuous ways of his subtle brain. While he mused, the woman became impatient. She continued to talk on with the volubility peculiar to her kind. He paid no heed to her until one phrase struck his ear. "So now," Jeannette Marechal was saying, "I don't know what to do. The ring has disappeared, and the Leridans are suspicious." "The ring?" queried Chauvelin curtly. "What ring?" "As I was telling you, citizen," she replied querulously, "when I went to see the child, the citizen Marat always gave me this ring to show to the Leridans. Without I brought the ring they would not admit me inside their door. They were so terrified with all the citizens' threats of the guillotine." "And now you say the ring has disappeared. Since when?" "Well, citizen," replied Jeannette blandly, "since you took poor Paul Mole into custody." "What do you mean?" Chauvelin riposted. What had Paul Mole to do with the child in the ring? Only this, citizen, that he was to have gone to Pantin last night instead of me, and thankful I was not to have to go. Citizen Marat gave the ring to Mole, I suppose. I know he intended to give it to him. He spoke to me about it just before that execrable woman came and murdered him. Anyway, the ring has gone and Mole too. So I imagine that Mole has the ring, and—" "That's enough," Chauvelin broke in roughly. "You can go." "But, citizen—" "You can go, I said," he reiterated sharply. "The matter of the child and the Leridans and the ring no longer concerns you. You understand?" "Yes, citizen," murmured Jeanette, vaguely terrified. And of a truth the change in citizen Chauvelin's demeanour was enough to scare any timid creature. Not that he raved or ranted or screamed. Those were not his ways. He still sat beside his desk as he had done before, and his slender hand, so like the talons of a vulture, was clenched upon the arm of his chair. But there was such a look of inward fury and of triumph in his pale, deep set eyes, such lines of cruelty around his thin, closed lips, that Jeanette Marechal, even with the picture before her mind of Jean Paul Marat in his maddest moods, fled, with the unreasoning terror of her kind, before the sternly controlled, fierce passion of this man. Chauvelin never noticed that she went. He sat for a long time, silent and immovable. Now he understood. Thank all the powers of hate and revenge, no thought of disappointment was destined to embitter the overflowing cup of his triumph. He had not only brought his arch enemy to his knees, but had foiled one of his audacious adventures. How clear the whole thing was! The false Paul Mole, the newly acquired menial in the household of Marat, had wormed himself into the confidence of his employer in order to wrest from him the secret of the aristo's child. Bravo! Bravo, my gallant Scarlet Pimpernel! Chauvelin now could see it all. Tragedies such as that which had placed an aristo's child in the power of a cunning demon like Marat were not rare these days, and Chauvelin had been fitted by nature and by temperament to understand and appreciate an execrable monster of the type of Jean Paul Marat. And Paul Mole, grimy, degraded servant of the indigent demagogue, the loathsome mask which hid the fastidious personality of Sir Percy Blakeney, had made a final and desperate effort to possess himself of the ring which would deliver the child into his power. Now, having failed in his machinations, he was safe under lock and key, guarded on sight. The next 24 hours would see him unmasked, awaiting his trial and condemnation under the scathing indictment prepared by Fouquier Tinville, the unerring public prosecutor. The day after that, the tumbrel and the guillotine for that execrable English spy, and the boundless sense of satisfaction that his last intrigue had aborted in such a signal and miserable manner. Of a truth, Chauvelin, at this hour, had every cause to be thankful, and it was with a light heart that he set out to interview the Leridans. End of Book 1, Chapter 7. Recording by Linda Andress. Book 1, Chapter 8 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1, Sir Percy Explains, Chapter 8. The Leridans, anxious, obsequious, terrified, were only too ready to obey the citizen representative in all things. They explained with much complacency that, even though they were personally acquainted with Jeanette Marechal, when the citizeness presented herself this very morning without the ring, they had refused her permission to see the brat. Chauvelin, who in his own mind had already reconstructed the whole tragedy of the stolen child, was satisfied that Marat could not have chosen more efficient tools for the execution of his satanic revenge than these two hideous products of revolutionary Paris. Grasping, cowardly and avaricious. The Leridans would lend themselves to any abomination for a sufficiency of money, but no money on earth would induce them to risk their own necks in the process. Marat had obviously held them by threats of the guillotine. They knew the power of the friend of the people, and feared him accordingly. Chauvelin's scarf of office, his curt, authoritative manner, had an equally awe-inspiring effect upon the two miserable creatures. They became absolutely abject, cringing, maudlin in their protestations of goodwill and loyalty. No one, they vowed, should as much as see the child, ring or no ring, save the citizen representative himself. Chauvelin, however, had no wish to see the child. He was satisfied that its name was Lannoy, for the child had remembered it when first he had been brought to the Leridans. Since then he had apparently forgotten it, even though he often cried after his "Maman." Chauvelin listened to all these explanations with some impatience. The child was nothing to him, but the Scarlet Pimpernel had desired to rescue it from out of the clutches of the Leridans, had risked his all, and lost it, in order to effect that rescue. That in itself was a sufficient inducement for Chauvelin to interest himself in the execution of Marat's vengeance, whatever its original mainspring may have been. At any rate, now he felt satisfied that the child was safe, and that the Leridans were impervious to threats or bribes which might land them on the guillotine. All that they would own to was being afraid. "Afraid of what?" queried Chauvelin sharply. "That the brat may be kidnapped, stolen. Oh, he could not be decoyed. They were too watchful for that. But apparently there were mysterious agencies at work." Mysterious agencies! Chauvelin laughed aloud at the suggestion. The mysterious agency was even now rotting in an obscure cell at the Abbaye. What other powers could be at work on behalf of the brat? Well, the Leridans had had a warning. What warning? "A letter," the man said gruffly. "But as neither my wife nor I can read—" "Well, why did you not speak of this before?" broke in Chauvelin roughly. "Let me see the letter." The woman produced a soiled and dank scrap of paper from beneath her apron. Of a truth she could not read its contents, for they were writ in English in the form of a doggerel rhyme which caused Chauvelin to utter a savage oath. "When did this come?" he asked, "and how?" "This morning, citizen," the woman mumbled in reply. "I found it outside the door, with a stone on it to prevent the wind from blowing it away. What does it mean, citizen?" she went on, her voice shaking with terror, for of a truth the citizen representative looked as if he had seen some weird and unearthly apparition. He gave no reply for a moment or two, and the two caitiffs had no conception of the tremendous effort at self control which was hidden behind the pale, rigid mask of the redoubtable man. "It probably means nothing that you need fear," Chauvelin said quietly at last. "But I will see the commissary of the section myself, and tell him to send a dozen men of the Surete along to watch your house, and be at your beck and call if need be. Then you will feel quite safe, I hope." "Oh, yes, quite safe, citizen," the woman replied with a sigh of genuine relief. Then only did Chauvelin turn on his heel and go on his way. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Recording by Linda Andress. Book 1, Chapter 9 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1, Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 9. But that crumpled and soiled scrap of paper given to him by the woman Leridan still lay in his clenched hand as he strode back rapidly citywards. It seemed to scorch his palm. Even before he had glanced at the contents he knew what they were. That atrocious English doggerel, the signature, a 5-petalled flower traced in crimson. How well he knew them! We seek him here, we seek him there. The most humiliating moments in Chauvelin's career were associated with that silly rhyme, and now here it was, mocking him even when he knew that his bitter enemy lay fettered and helpless, caught in a trap out of which there was no escape possible, even though he knew for a positive certainty that the mocking voice which had spoken those rhymes on that far-off day last September would soon be stilled forever. No doubt one of that army of abominable English spies had placed this warning outside the Leridans' door. No doubt they had done that with a view to throwing dust in the eyes of the public prosecutor, and causing a confusion in his mind with regard to the identity of the prisoner at the Abbaye, all to the advantage of their chief. The thought that such a confusion might exist, that Fouquier Tinville might be deluded into doubting the real personality of Paul Mole, brought an icy sweat all down Chauvelin's spine. He hurried along the interminably long Chemin de Pantin, only paused at the Barrière du Combat in order to interview the commissary of the section on the matter of sending men to watch over the Leridans' house. Then, when he felt satisfied that this would be effectively and quickly done, an unconquerable feeling of restlessness prompted him to hurry round to the lodgings of the public prosecutor in the Rue Blanche, just to see him, to speak with him, to make quite sure. Oh, he must be sure that no doubts, no pusillanimity on the part of any official would be allowed to stand in the way of the consummation of all his most cherished dreams. Papers or no papers, testimony or no testimony, the incarcerated Paul Mole was the Scarlet Pimpernel. Of this Chauvelin was as certain as that he was alive. His every sense had testified to it when he stood in the narrow room of the Rue des Cordeliers, face to face, eyes gazing into eyes, with his sworn enemy. Unluckily, however, he found the public prosecutor in a surly and obstinate mood, following on an interview which he had just had with citizen commissary Cuisinier on the matter of the prisoner Paul Mole. "His papers are all in order, I tell you," he said impatiently, in answer to Chauvelin's insistence. "It is as much as my head is worth to demand a summary execution." "But I tell you that those papers of his are forged," urged Chauvelin forcefully. "They are not," retorted the other. "The commissary swears to his own signature on the identity book. The concierge at the Abbaye swears that he knows Mole. So do all the men of the Surete who have seen him. The commissary has known him as an indigent, good-for-nothing lubbard, who has begged his way in the streets of Paris ever since he was released from gaol some months ago, after he had served a term for larceny. Even your own man Herbert admits to feeling doubtful on the point. You have had the nightmare, citizen," concluded Fouquier Tinville with a harsh laugh. "But, name of a dog!" broke in Chauvelin savagely. "You are not proposing to let the man go?" "What else can I do?" the other rejoined fretfully. "We shall get into terrible trouble if we interfere with a man like Paul Mole." You know yourself how it is these days. We should have the whole of the rabble of Paris clamouring for our blood. If, after we have guillotined him, he is proved to be a good patriot, it will be my turn next. No, I thank you." "I tell you, man," reported Chauvelin desperately, "that the man is not Paul Mole, that he is the English spy whom we all know as the Scarlet Pimpernel." "Eh bien!" riposted Fouquier Tinville. "Bring me more tangible proof that our prisoner is not Paul Mole, and I'll deal with him quickly enough, never fear. But if by tomorrow morning you do not satisfy me on the point, I must let him go his way." A savage oath rose to Chauvelin's lips. He felt like a man who has been running, panting to reach a goal, who sees that goal within easy distance of him, and is then suddenly captured, caught in invisible meshes which hold him tightly, and against which he is powerless to struggle. For the moment he hated Fouquier Tinville with a deadly hatred, would have tortured and threatened him until he wrung a consent, an admission out of him. Name of a name! When that damnable English spy was actually in his power, the man was a pusillanimous fool to allow the rich prize to slip from his grasp. Chauvelin felt as if he were choking. His slender fingers worked nervily around his cravat. Beads of perspiration trickled unheeded down his pallid forehead. Then suddenly he had an inspiration, nothing less. It almost seemed as if Satan, his friend, had whispered insinuating words into his ear. That scrap of paper! He had thrust it a while ago into the breast pocket of his coat. It was still there, and the public prosecutor wanted a tangible proof. Then why not? Slowly, his thoughts still in the process of gradual coordination, Chauvelin drew that soiled scrap of paper out of his pocket. Fouquier Tinville, surly and ill-humoured, had his back half turned towards him, was moodily picking at his teeth. Chauvelin had all the leisure which he required. He smoothed out the creases in the paper and spread it out carefully upon the desk close to the other man's elbow. Fouquier Tinville looked down on it over his shoulder. "What is that?" he queried. "As you see, citizen," was Chauvelin's bland reply, "a message such as you yourself have oft received, methinks, from our mutual enemy, the Scarlet Pimpernel." But already the public prosecutor had seized upon the paper, and of a truth Chauvelin had no longer cause to complain of his colleague's indifference. That doggerel rhyme, no less than the signature, had the power to rouse Fouquier Tinville's ire, as it had that of disturbing Chauvelin's well-studied calm. "What is it?" reiterated the public prosecutor, white now to the lips. "I have told you, citizen," rejoined Chauvelin imperturbably. "A message from that English spy. It is also the proof which you have demanded of me, the tangible proof that the prisoner Paul Mole is none other than the Scarlet Pimpernel." "But," ejaculated the other hoarsely, "where did you get this?" "It was found with Paul Mole occupied in the depot of the Rue Seine, where he was first incarcerated. I picked it up there after he was removed. The ink was scarcely dry upon it." The lie came quite glibly to Chauvelin's tongue. Was not every method good, every device allowable, which would lead to so glorious an end? "Why did you not tell me of this before?" queried Fouquier Tinville, with a sudden gleam of suspicion in his deep-set eyes. "You had not asked me for a tangible proof before," replied Chauvelin blandly. "I myself was so firmly convinced of what I averred that I had well nigh forgotten the existence of this damning scrap of paper. Damning indeed! Fouquier Tinville had seen such scraps of paper before. He had learnt the doggerel rhyme by heart, even though the English tongue was quite unfamiliar to him. He loathed the English, the entire nation, with all that deadly hatred which a divergence of political aims will arouse in times of acute crises. He hated the English government, Pitt and Burke and even Fox, the happy-go-lucky apologist of the young Revolution. But, above all, he hated that league of English spies, as he was pleased to call them, whose courage, resourcefulness, as well as reckless daring, had more than once baffled his own hideous schemes of murder, pillage, of rape. Thank Beelzebub and his horde of evil spirits, citizen Chauvelin had been clear-sighted enough to detect that elusive Pimpernel under the disguise of Paul Mole. "You have deserved well of your country," said Tinville with a lusty fervour, and gave Chauvelin a vigorous slap on the shoulder. "But for you I should have allowed that abominable spy to slip through our fingers." "I have succeeded in convincing you, citizen?" Chauvelin retorted dryly. "Absolutely," rejoined the other. "You may now leave the matter to me. And 'twill be friend Mole who will be surprised to morrow," he added with a harsh guffaw, "when he finds himself face to face with me before a court of justice." He was all eagerness, of course. Such a triumph for him! The indictment of the notorious Scarlet Pimpernel on a charge of espionage would be the crowning glory of his career. Let other men look to their laurels. Those who brought that dangerous enemy of revolution to the guillotine would forever be proclaimed as the saviours of France. "A short indictment," he said, when Chauvelin, after a lengthy discussion on various points, finally rose to take his leave, "but a scathing one. I tell you, citizen Chauvelin, that to morrow you will be the first to congratulate me on an unprecedented triumph." He had been arguing in favour of a sensational trial and no less sensational execution. Chauvelin, with his memory harking back on many mysterious abductions at the very foot of the guillotine, would have liked to see his elusive enemy quietly put to death amongst a batch of traitors, who would help to mask his personality until after the guillotine had fallen, when the whole of Paris should ring with the triumph of his final punishment of the hated spy. In the end the two friends agreed upon a compromise, and parted well pleased with the turn of events which a kind of fate had ordered for their own special benefit. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Recording by Linda Andress. Book 1, Chapter 10 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andress. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1, Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 10. Thus satisfied, Chauvelin returned to the Abbaye. Hebert was safe and trustworthy, but Hebert too had been assailed with the same doubts which had well nigh wrecked Chauvelin's triumph, and with which doubts in his mind he might slacken his vigilance. Name of a name! Every man in charge of that damnable Scarlet Pimpernel should have 3 pairs of eyes wherewith to watch his movements. He should have the alert brain of a Robespierre, the physical strength of a Danton, the relentlessness of a Marat. He should be a giant in sheer brute force, a tiger in caution, an elephant in weight, and a mouse in stealthiness. Name of a name, but 'twas only hate that could give such powers to any man. Hebert in the guard room owned to his own doubts. His comrades, too, admitted that after 24 hours spent on the watch, their minds were in a whirl. The citizen Commissary had been so sure, so was the chief concierge of the Abbaye Yvenelle, and the men of the Surete. They themselves had seen the real Mole more than once. And this man in the cell, well, would the citizen Representative have a final good look at him? "You seem to forget Calais, citizen Hebert," Chauvelin said sharply, "and the deadly humiliation you suffered at the hands of this man, who is now your prisoner. Surely your eyes should have been, at least, as keen as mine own." Anxious, irritable, his nerves well nigh on the rack, he nevertheless crossed the guard room with a firm step and entered the cell where the prisoner was still lying upon the palliasse, as he had been all along, and still presenting that naked piece of shoulder through the hole in his shirt. "He has been like this for the best part of the day," Hebert said with a shrug of his shoulders. "We put his bread and water right under his nose. He ate and drank, and I suppose he slept, but except for a good deal of swearing he has not spoken to any of us." He had followed his chief into the cell, and now stood beside the palliasse, holding a small dark lantern in his hand. At a sign from Chauvelin, he flashed the light upon the prisoner's averted head. Mole cursed for a while, and muttered something about good patriots and about retribution. Then, worried by the light, he turned slowly round, and with fish-like, bleary eyes looked upon his visitor. The words of stinging irony and triumphant sarcasm, all fully prepared, froze on Chauvelin's lips. He gazed upon the prisoner, and a weird sense of something unfathomable and mysterious came over him as he gazed. He himself could not have defined that feeling. The very next moment he was prepared to ridicule his own cowardice, yes, cowardice, because for a second or two he had felt positively afraid. Afraid of what, forsooth? The man who crouched here in the cell was his arch enemy, the Scarlet Pimpernel, the man whom he hated most bitterly in all the world, the man whose death he desired more than that of any other living creature. He had been apprehended by the very side of the murdered man whose confidence he had all but gained. He himself, Chauvelin, had at that fateful moment looked into the factitious Mole's eyes, had seen the mockery in them, the lazy insouciance which was the chief attribute of Sir Percy Blakeney. He had heard a faint echo of that inane laugh which grated upon his nerves. Hebert had then laid hands upon this very same man. Agents of the Surete had barred every ingress and egress to the house, had conducted their prisoner straightway to the depot, and thence to the Abbaye, had since that moment guarded him on sight, by day and by night. Hebert and the other men as well as the chief warder all swore to that. No, no, there could be no doubt. There was no doubt. The days of magic were over. A man could not assume a personality other than his own. He could not fly out of that personality like a bird out of its cage. There on the palliasse in the miserable cell were the same long limbs, the broad shoulders, the grimy face with the 3 days' growth of stubbly beard, the whole wretched personality of Paul Mole, in fact, which hid the exquisite one of Sir Percy Blakeney. Bart. And yet... A cold sweat ran down Chauvelin's spine as he gazed, mute and immovable, into those fish-like, bleary eyes, which were not, no, they were not those of the real Scarlet Pimpernel. The whole situation became dreamlike, almost absurd. Chauvelin was not the man for such a mock heroic, melodramatic situation. Common sense, reason, his own cool powers of deliberation would soon reassert themselves. But for the moment he was dazed. He had worked too hard, no doubt, had yielded too much to excitement, to triumph, and to hate. He turned to Hebert, who was standing stolidly by, gave him a few curt orders in a clear and well pitched voice. Then he walked out of the cell, without bestowing another look on the prisoner. Mole had once more turned over on his palliasse, and apparently had gone to sleep. Hebert, with a strange and puzzled laugh, followed his chief out of the cell. End of Book 1, Chapter 10. Recording by Linda Andrus. Book 1, Chapter 11 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andrus. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1, Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 11. At first Chauvelin had the wish to go back and see the public prosecutor, to speak with him, to tell him what? Yes, what? That he, Chauvelin, had all of a sudden been assailed with the same doubts which had already worried Hebert and the others? That he had told a deliberate lie when he stated that the incriminating doggerel rhyme had been found in Mole's cell? No, no. Such an admission would not only be foolish, it would be dangerous now, whilst he himself was scarce prepared to trust his own senses. After all, poor Fouquier Tinville was in the right frame of mind for the moment. Paul Mole, whoever he was safely under lock and key. The only danger lay in the direction of the house on the Chemin de Pantin. At the thought Chauvelin felt giddy and faint. But he would allow himself no rest. Indeed, he could not have rested until something approaching certainty had once more taken possession of his soul. He could not, would not, believe that he had been deceived. He was still prepared to stake his very life on the identity of the prisoner at the Abbaye. Tricks of light, the flash of the lantern, the perfection of the disguise, had caused a momentary illusion, nothing more. Nevertheless, that awful feeling of restlessness which had possessed him during the last 24 hours once more drove him to activity. And, although common sense and reason both pulled one way, an eerie sense of superstition whispered in his ear the ominous words, "If, after all." At any rate, he would see the Leridans, and once more make sure of them, and, late as the hour was, he set out for the lonely house on the Pantin road. Just inside the Barrière du Combat was the Poste de Section, where Commissary Bourbon was under orders to provide a dozen men of the Surete, who were to be on watch round and about the house of the Leridans. Chauvelin called in on the commissary, who assured him that the men were at their post. Thus satisfied, he crossed the Barrière and started at a brisk walk down the long stretch of the Chemin de Pantin. The night was dark. The rolling clouds overhead hid the face of the moon and presaged the storm. On the right, the irregular heights of the Butte de Chaumont loomed out dense and dark against the heavy sky, whilst to the left, on ahead, a faintly glimmering greyish streak of reflected light revealed the proximity of the canal. Close to the spot where the main Route de Meaux intersects the Chemin de Pantin, Chauvelin slackened his pace. The house of the Leridans now lay immediately on his left. From it a small, feeble ray of light, finding its way no doubt through an ill-closed shutter, pierced the surrounding gloom. Chauvelin, without hesitation, turned up a narrow track which led up to the house across a field of stubble. The next moment a peremptory challenge brought him to a halt. "Who goes there?" "Public safety," replied Chauvelin. "Who are you?" "Of the Surete," was the counter reply. "There are a dozen of us about here." "When did you arrive?" "Some 2 hours ago. We marched out directly after you left the orders at the Commissariat." "You are prepared to remain on the watch all night?" "Those are our orders, citizen," replied the man. "You had best close up round the house, then. And name of a dog," he added, with a threatening ring in his voice, "let there be no slackening of vigilance this night. No one to go in or out of that house. No one to approach it under any circumstances whatever. Is that understood?" "Those were our orders from the first, citizen," said the man simply. "And all has been well up to now?" "We have seen no one, citizen." The little party closed in around their chief, and together they marched up to the house. Chauvelin, on tenterhooks, walked quicker than the others. He was the first to reach the door. Unable to find the bell pull in the dark, he knocked vigorously. The house appeared silent and wrapped in sleep. No light showed from within save that one tiny speck through the cracks of an ill-fitting shutter in a room immediately overhead. In response to Chauvelin's repeated summons, there came anon the sound of someone moving in one of the upstairs rooms, and presently the light overhead disappeared, whilst a door above was heard to open and to close, and shuffling footsteps to come slowly down the creaking stairs. A moment or two later the bolts and bars of the front door were unfastened, a key grated in the rusty lock, a chain rattled in its socket, and then the door was opened, slowly and cautiously. The woman Leridan appeared in the doorway. She held a guttering tallow candle high above her head. Its flickering light illumined Chauvelin's slender figure. "Ah, the citizen Representative!" the woman ejaculated, as soon as she recognised him. "We did not expect you again to day, and at this late hour, too. I'll tell my man—" "Never mind your man," broke in Chauvelin impatiently, and pushed without ceremony past the woman inside the house. "The child, is it safe?" He could scarcely control his excitement. There was a buzzing, as of an angry sea, in his ears. The next second, until the woman spoke, seemed like a cycle of years. "Quite safe, citizen," she said placidly. "Everything is quite safe. We were so thankful for those men of the Surete. We had been afraid before, as I told the citizen Representative, and my man and I could not rest for anxiety. It was only after they came that we dared to go to bed." A deep sigh of intense relief came from the depths of Chauvelin's heart. He had not realised himself until this moment how desperately anxious he had been. The woman's reassuring words appeared to lift a crushing weight from his mind. He turned to the man behind him. "You did not tell me," he said, "that some of you had been here already." "We have not been here before," the sergeant in charge of the little platoon said in reply. "I do not know what the woman means." "Some of your men came about 3 hours ago," the woman retorted. "Less than an hour after the citizen Representative here. I remember that my man and I marvelled how quickly they did come. But they said that they had been on duty at the Barriere du Combat when the citizen arrived, and that he had dispatched them off at once. They said they had run all the way, but even so we thought it quick work." The words were smothered in her throat in a cry of pain. for with an almost brutal gesture Chauvelin had seized her by the shoulders. "Where are those men?" he queried hoarsely. "Answer!" In there," the woman stammered, well nigh faint with terror, as she pointed to two doors, one on each side of the passage. "Three in each room. They are asleep now, I should say, as they seem so quiet. But they were an immense comfort to us, citizen. We were so thankful to have them in the house." But Chauvelin had snatched the candle from her hand. Holding it high above his head, he strode to the door on the right of the passage. It was ajar. He pushed it open with a vicious kick. The room beyond was in total darkness. "Is anyone here?" he queried sharply. Nothing but silence answered him. For a moment he remained there on the threshold, silent and immovable as a figure carved in stone. He had just a sufficiency of a presence of mind and will power not to drop the candle, to stand there motionless, with his back turned to the woman and to the men who had crowded in his wake. He would not let them see the despair, the rage and grave, superstitious fear which distorted every line of his pallid face. He did not ask about the child. He would not trust himself to speak, for he had realised already how completely he had been baffled. Those abominable English spies had watched their opportunity, had worked on the credulity and the fears of the Leridans, and playing the game at which they and their audacious chief were such unconquerable experts, they had made their way into the house under a clever ruse. The men of the Surete, not quite understanding the situation, were questioning the Leridans. The man, too, corroborated his wife's story. Their anxiety had been worked upon at the moment, and it was most acute. After the citizen representative left them, earlier in the evening, they had received another mysterious message which they had been unable to read, but which had greatly increased their alarm. Then, when the men of the Surete came, they had no cause to doubt that they were the men of the Surete. Their clothes, their speech, their appearance, figure to yourself even their uniforms. They spoke so nicely, so reassuringly. The Leridans were so thankful to see them. Then they made themselves happy in the two rooms below, and for additional safety the Lannoy child was brought down from its attic and put to sleep in the one room with the men of the Surete. After that the Leridans went to bed. Name of a dog! How were they to blame? Those men and the child had disappeared, but they, the Leridans, would go to the guillotine swearing that they were not to blame. Whether Chauvelin heard all these jeremiads, he could not afterwards have told you, but he did not need to be told how it had all been done. It had all been so simple, so ingenious, so like the methods usually adopted by that astute Scarlet Pimpernel. He saw it all so clearly before him. Nobody was to blame really save he himself, he who alone knew and understood the adversary with whom he had to deal. But these people here should not have the gratuitous spectacle of a man enduring the torments of disappointment or of baffled revenge. Whatever Chauvelin was suffering now would forever remain the secret of his own soul. Anon, when the Leridans' rasping voices died away in one of the more distant portions of the house, and the men of the Surete were busy accepting refreshment and gratuity from the two terrified wretches, he had put down the candle with a steady hand and then walked with a firm step out of the house. Soon the slender figure was swallowed up in the gloom as he strode back rapidly towards the city. End of Book 1, Chapter 11. Recording by Linda Andress. Book 1, Chapter 12 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Andros. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 1. Sir Percy Explains. Chapter 12. Citizen Fouquier Tinville had returned home from the Palais at a very late hour that same evening. His household, in his simple lodgings in the Place Dauphine, was already abed. His wife and the twins were asleep. He himself had sat down for a moment in the living room, in dressing gown and slippers, and with the late edition of the Moniteur in his hand, too tired to read. It was 10:30 when there came a ring at the front door bell. Fouquier Tinville, half expecting citizen Chauvelin to pay him a final visit, shuffled to the door and opened it. A visitor, tall, well dressed, exceedingly polite and urbane, requested a few minutes' conversation with citizen Fouquier Tinville. Before the public prosecutor had made up his mind whether to introduce such a late comer into his rooms, the latter had pushed his way through the door into the antechamber, and with a movement as swift as it was unexpected, had thrown a scarf round Fouquier Tinville's neck and wound it round his mouth, so that the unfortunate man's call for help was smothered in his throat. So dexterously and so rapid indeed had the miscreant acted, that his victim had hardly realized the assault before he found himself securely gagged and bound to a chair in his own ante-room, whilst that daredevil stood before him, perfectly at his ease, his hands buried in the capacious pockets of his huge caped coat, and murmuring a few casual words of apology. "I entreat you to forgive, citizen," he was saying, in an even and pleasant voice, "this necessary violence on my part towards you. But my errand is urgent, and I could not allow your neighbours or your household to disturb the few minutes' conversation which I am obliged to have with you. My friend Paul Mole," he went on, after a slight pause, "is in grave danger of his life owing to a hallucination on the part of our mutual friend citizen Chauvelin, and I feel confident that you yourself are too deeply enamoured of your own neck to risk it wilfully by sending an innocent and honest patriot to the guillotine." Once more he paused and looked down upon his unwilling interlocutor, who, with muscles straining against the cords that held him, and with eyes nearly starting out of their sockets in an access of fear and of rage, was indeed presenting a pitiful spectacle. "I dare say that by now, citizen," the brigand continued, "have guessed who I am. You and I have oft crossed invisible swords before, but this, methinks, is the first time that we have met face to face. I pray you, tell my dear friend Monsieur Chauvelin that you have seen me. Also that there were two facts which he left entirely out of his calculations, perfect though these were. The one fact was that there were two Paul Moles, one real and one factitious. Tell him that, I pray you. It was the factitious Paul Mole who stole the ring and who stood for one moment gazing into clever citizen Chauvelin's eyes. But that same factitious Paul Mole had disappeared in the crowd even before your colleague had recovered his presence of mind. Tell him, I pray you, that the elusive Pimpernel, whom he knows so well, never assumes a fanciful disguise. He discovered the real Paul Mole first, studied him, learned his personality until his own became a perfect replica of the miserable caitiff. It was the false Paul Mole who induced Jeannette Marechal to introduce him originally into the household of citizen Marat. It was he who gained the confidence of his employer. He, for consideration, borrowed the identity papers of his real prototype. He again who, for a few francs, induced the real Paul Mole to follow him into the house of the murdered demagogue and to mingle there with the throng. He who thrust the identity papers back into the hands of their rightful owner, whilst he himself was swallowed up by the crowd. But it was the real Paul Mole who was finally arrested and who is now lingering in the Abbaye prison, whence you, citizen Fouquier Tinville, must free him on the instant, on pain of suffering yourself for the nightmares of your friend. The second fact," he went on, with the same good humoured pleasantry, "which our friend citizen Chauvelin had forgotten, was that, though I happen to have aroused his unconquerable ire, I am but one man amongst a league of gallant English gentlemen, their chief, I am proud to say, but without them I should be powerless. Without one of them near me by the side of the murdered Marat, I could not have rid myself of the ring in time, before other rough hands had searched me to my skin. Without them I could not have taken Madeleine Lannoy's child from out that terrible hell to which a miscreant's lustful revenge had condemned the poor innocent. But while citizen Chauvelin, racked with triumph as well as with anxiety, was rushing from the Leridans' house to yours, and thence to the Abbaye prison, to gloat over his captive enemy, the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel carefully laid and carried out its plans at leisure. Disguised as men of the Surete, we took advantage of the Leridans' terror to obtain access into the house. Frightened to death by our warnings, as well as by citizen Chauvelin's threats, they not only admitted us into their house, but actually placed Madeleine Lannoy's child in our charge. Then they went contentedly to bed, and we, before the real men of the Surete arrived upon the scene, were already safely out of the way. My gallant English friends are some way out of Paris by now, escorting Madeleine Lannoy and her child into safety. They will return to Paris, citizen," continued the audacious adventurer, with a laugh full of joy and of unconquerable vitality, "and be my henchmen as before in many an adventure which will cause you and citizen Chauvelin to gnash your teeth with rage. But I myself will remain in Paris," he concluded lightly. "Yes, in Paris, under your very nose, and entirely at your service." The next second he was gone, and Fouquier Tinville was left to marvel if the whole apparition had not been a hideous dream. Only there was no doubt that he was gagged, and tied to a chair with cords, and here his wife found him, an hour later, when she woke from her first sleep, anxious because he had not yet come to bed. End of Book 1, Chapter 12. Recording by Linda Andress.
Book 2 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Luann, The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel, by Baroness Orczy, Book 2, A Question of Passports. Bibot was very sure of himself. There never was, never had been, there never would be again another such patriotic citizen of the Republic as was citizen Bibot of the Town Guard. And because his patriotism was so well known among the members of the Committee of Public Safety, and his uncompromising hatred of the aristocrats so highly appreciated, citizen Bibot had been given the most important military post within the city of Paris. He was in command of the Porte Montmartre, which goes to prove how highly he was esteemed, for believe me, more treachery had been going on inside and out of the Porte Montmartre than any other quarter of Paris. The last commandant there, citizen Ferney, was guillotined for having allowed a whole batch of aristocrats, traitors to the Republic all of them, to slip through the Porte Montmartre and find safety outside the walls of Paris. Ferney pleaded in his defence that these traitors had been spirited away from under his very nose by the devil's agency, for surely that meddlesome Englishman who spent his time in rescuing aristocrats, traitors all of them, from the clutches of Madame la Guillotine must either be the devil himself, or at any rate one of his most powerful agents. Nom de Dieu, just think of his name! The Scarlet Pimpernel, they call him. No one knows him by any other name. And he is preternaturally tall and strong and superhumanly cunning. And the power which he has of being transmuted into various personalities, rendering himself quite unrecognizable to the eyes of the most sharp-seeing patriot of France, must of a surety be a gift of Satan. But the Committee of Public Safety refused to listen to Ferney's explanations. The Scarlet Pimpernel was only an ordinary mortal. An exceedingly cunning and meddlesome personage, it is true, and endowed with a superfluity of wealth which enabled him to break the thin crust of patriotism that overlay the natural cupidity of many captains of the town guard, but still an ordinary man for all that. And no true lover of the Republic should allow either superstitious terror or greed to interfere with the discharge of his duties, which at the Porte Montmartre consisted in detaining any and every person, aristocrat, foreigner, or otherwise traitor to the Republic, who could not give a satisfactory reason for desiring to leave Paris. Having detained such persons, the patriot's next duty was to hand them over to the Committee of Public Safety, who would then decide whether Madame la Guillotine would have the last word over them or not. And the guillotine did nearly always have the last word to say, unless the Scarlet Pimpernel interfered. The trouble was that the same accursed Englishman interfered at times in a manner which was positively terrifying. His impudence, certes, passed all belief. Stories of his daring and of his impudence were abroad which literally made the lank and greasy hair of every patriot curl with wonder. 'Twas even whispered, not too loudly forsooth, that certain members of the Committee of Public Safety had measured their skill and valour against that of the Englishman, and emerged from the conflict beaten and humiliated, vowing vengeance which, of a truth, was still slow in coming. Citizen Chauvelin, one of the most implacable and unyielding members of the committee, was known to have suffered overwhelming shame at the hands of that daring gang, of whom the so-called Scarlet Pimpernel was the accredited chief. Some there were who said that Citizen Chauvelin had forever forfeited his prestige and even endangered his head by measuring his well-known astuteness against that mysterious League of Spies. But then Bibot was different. He feared neither the devil nor any Englishman. Had the latter the strength of giants and the protection of every power of evil, Bibot was ready for him. Nay, he was aching for a tussle, and haunted the purlieus of the committees to obtain some post which would enable him to come to grips with the Scarlet Pimpernel and his league. Bibot's zeal and perseverance were duly rewarded, and anon he was appointed to the command of the guard at the Porte Montmartre. A post of vast importance, as aforesaid, so much so, in fact, that no less a person than citizen Jean Paul Marat himself came to speak with Bibot on that 3rd day of Nivose in the year 1 of the Republic, with a view to impressing upon him the necessity of keeping his eyes open, and of suspecting every man, woman, and child indiscriminately until they had proved themselves to be true patriots. "Let no one slip through your fingers, citizen Bibot," Marat admonished with grim earnestness. "That accursed Englishman is cunning and resourceful, and his impudence surpasses that of the devil himself." "He'd better try some of his impudence on me," commented Bibot with a sneer. "He'll soon find out that he no longer has a Ferney to deal with. Take it from me, citizen Marat, that if a batch of aristocrats escape out of Paris within the next few days under the guidance of the Englishman, they will have to find some other way than the Porte Montmartre." "Well said, citizen," commented Marat. "But be watchful tonight especially. The Scarlet Pimpernel is rampant in Paris just now." "How so?" "The ci devant Duc and Duchesse de Montreux, and the whole of their brood, sisters, brothers, 2 or 3 children, a priest, and several servants, a round dozen in all, have been condemned to death. The guillotine for them tomorrow at daybreak. Would it could have been tonight," added Marat, whilst a demoniacal leer contorted his face, which already exuded lust for blood from every pore. "Would it could have been tonight, but the guillotine has been busy, over 400 executions today, and the tumbrils are full, the seats bespoken in advance, and still they come. But tomorrow morning at daybreak Madame la Guillotine will have a word to say to the whole of the Montreux crowd." "But they are in the concierge prison surely, citizen, out of the reach of that accursed Englishman?" They are on their way, and I mistake not to the prison at this moment. I came straight on here after the condemnation, to which I listened with true joy. Ah, Citizen Bibot, the blood of these hated aristocrats is good to behold when it drips from the blade of the guillotine. Have a care, Citizen Bibot, do not let the Montreux crowd escape. Have no fear, Citizen Marat, but surely there is no danger. They have been tried and condemned. They are, as you say, even now on their way, well guarded, I presume, to the concierge prison. Tomorrow at daybreak the guillotine. What is there to fear? Well, well, said Marat with a slight tone of hesitation. It is best, Citizen Bibot, to be over-careful these times. Even whilst Marat spoke, his face, usually so cunning and so vengeful, had suddenly lost its look of devilish cruelty which was almost superhuman in the excess of its infamy, and a greyish hue, suggestive of terror, had spread over the sunken cheeks. He clutched Bibot's arm, and leaning over the table he whispered in his ear, "The public prosecutor had scarce finished his speech today. Judgment was being pronounced. The spectators were expectant and still. Only the Montreux woman and some of the females and children were blubbering and moaning, when suddenly, it seemed from nowhere, a small piece of paper fluttered from out of the assembly and alighted on the desk in front of the public prosecutor. He took the paper up and glanced at its contents. I saw that his cheeks had paled, and that his hand trembled as he handed the paper over to me." "And what did that paper contain, Citizen Marat?" asked Bibot, also speaking in a whisper, for an access of superstitious terror was gripping him by the throat. "Just the well-known accursed device, citizen, the small scarlet flower drawn in red ink, and the few words, 'Tonight the innocent men and women now condemned by this infamous tribunal will be beyond your reach.'" "And no sign of a messenger?" "None." "And when did—" "Hush!" said Marat peremptorily. "No more of that now. To your post, citizen, and remember, all are suspect. Let none escape." The two men had been sitting outside a small tavern, opposite the Porte Montmartre, with a bottle of wine between them, their elbows resting on the grimy top of a rough wooden table. They had talked in whispers, for even the walls of the tumble-down cabaret might have had ears. Opposite them, the city wall, broken here by the great gate of Montmartre, loomed threateningly in the fast-gathering dusk of this winter's afternoon. Men in ragged red shirts, their unkempt heads crowned with Phrygian caps and adorned with a tricolour cockade, lounged against the wall, or sat in groups on the top of piles of refuse that littered the street, with a rough deal plank between them and a greasy pack of cards in their grimy fingers. Guns and bayonets were propped against the wall. The gate itself had 3 means of egress. Each of these was guarded by 2 men, with fixed bayonets at their shoulders, but otherwise dressed like the others, in rags, with bare legs that looked blue and numb in the cold. The sans-culottes of revolutionary Paris. Bibot rose from his seat, nodding to Marat, and joined his men. From afar, but gradually drawing nearer, came the sound of a ribald song, with chorus accompaniment sung by throats obviously surfeited with liquor. For a moment, as the sound approached, Bibot turned back once more to the friend of the people. "Am I to understand, citizen," he said, "that my orders are not to let anyone pass through these gates tonight?" "No, no, citizen," replied Marat. "We dare not do that. There are a number of good patriots in the city still. We cannot interfere with their liberty or—" And the look of fear of the demagogue, himself afraid of the human whirlpool which he has let loose, stole into Marat's cruel, piercing eyes. "No, no," he reiterated more emphatically. "We cannot disregard the passports issued by the Committee of Public Safety. But examine each passport carefully, Citizen Bibot. If you have any reasonable ground for suspicion, detain the holder, and if you have not—" The sound of singing was quite near now. With another wink and a final leer, Marat drew back under the shadow of the cabaret, and Bibot swaggered up to the main entrance of the gate. "Qui va là?" he thundered in stentorian tones, as a group of some half-dozen people lurched toward him out of the gloom, still shouting hoarsely their ribald drinking song. The foremost man in the group paused opposite Citizen Bibot, and with arms akimbo and legs planted well apart, tried to assume a rigidity of attitude which apparently was somewhat foreign to him at this moment. "Good patriot, citizen," he said in a thick voice which he vainly tried to render steady. "What do you want?" queried Bibot. "To be allowed to go on our way unmolested." "What is your way?" "Through the Porte Montmartre to the village of Baroness." "What is your business there?" This query delivered in Bibot's most pompous manner seemed vastly to amuse the rowdy crowd. He who was the spokesman turned to his friends and shouted hilariously, "Hark at him, citizens! He asks me what is our business. Oh he, citizen Bibot, since when have you become blind? A dolt you've always been, else you had not asked the question." But Bibot, undeterred by the man's drunken insolence, retorted gruffly, "Your business, I want to know." "Bibot, my little Bibot," cooed the bibulous orator now in dulcet tones, "dost not know us, my good Bibot? Let we all know thee, citizen. Captain Bibot of the town guard, eh, citizens? 3 cheers for the citizen captain!" When the noisy shouts and cheers from half a dozen hoarse throats had died down, Bibot, without more ado, turned to his own men at the gate. "Drive these drunken louts away," he commanded. "No one is allowed to loiter here." Loud protest on the part of the hilarious crowd followed, then a slight scuffle with the bayonets of the town guard. Finally the spokesman, somewhat sobered, once more appealed to Bibot. "Citizen Bibot, you must be blind not to know me and my mates. And let me tell you that you are doing yourself a deal of harm by interfering with the citizens of the Republic in the proper discharge of their duties, and by disregarding their rights of egress through this gate, a right confirmed by passports signed by 2 members of the Committee of Public Safety." He had spoken now fairly clearly and very pompously. Bibot, somewhat impressed and remembering Marat's admonitions, said very civilly, "Tell me your business then, citizen, and show me your passports. If everything is in order, you may go your way." "But you know me, citizen Bibot?" queried the other. "Yes, I know you, unofficially, citizen Durand." "You know that I and the citizens here are the carriers for citizen Legrand, the market gardener of Barency?" "Yes, I know that," said Bibot guardedly, "unofficially." "Then, unofficially, let me tell you, citizen, that unless we get to Barency this evening, Paris will have to do without cabbages and potatoes tomorrow. So now you know that you are acting at your own risk and peril, citizen, by detaining us." "Your passports, all of you," commanded Bibot. He had just caught sight of Marat still sitting outside the tavern opposite, and was glad enough, in this instance, to shelve his responsibility on the shoulders of the popular "friend of the people." There was general searching in ragged pockets for grimy papers with official seals thereon, and whilst Bibot ordered one of his men to take the 6 passports across the road to citizen Marat for his inspection, he himself, by the last rays of the setting winter sun, made close examination of the 6 men who desired to pass through the Porte Montmartre. As the spokesman had averred, he, Bibot, knew every one of these men. They were the carriers to the citizen Legrand, the Barency market gardener. Bibot knew every face. They passed with a load of fruit and vegetables in and out of Paris every day. There was really and absolutely no cause for suspicion, and when citizen Marat returned the 6 passports, pronouncing them to be genuine and recognizing his own signature at the bottom of each, Bibot was at last satisfied, and the 6 bibulous carriers were allowed to pass through the gate, which they did, arm in arm, singing a wild carmagnole, and vociferously cheering as they emerged out into the open. But Bibot passed an unsteady hand over his brow. It was cold, yet he was in a perspiration. That sort of thing tells on a man's nerves. He rejoined Marat at the table outside the drinking booth and ordered a fresh bottle of wine. The sun had set now, and with the gathering dusk a damp mist descended on Montmartre. From the wall opposite, where men sat playing cards, came occasional volleys of blasphemous oaths. Bibot was feeling much more like himself. He had half forgotten the incident of the 6 carriers, which had occurred nearly half an hour ago. 2 or 3 people had, in the meantime, tried to pass through the gates, but Bibot had been suspicious and detained them all. Marat, having commended him for his zeal, took final leave of him. Just as the demagogue's slouchy, grimy figure was disappearing down a side street, there was the loud clatter of hoofs from that same direction, and the next moment a detachment of the mounted town guard, headed by an officer in uniform, galloped down the ill-paved street. Even before the troopers had drawn rein, the officer had hailed Bibot. "Citizen!" he shouted, and his voice was breathless, for he had evidently ridden hard and fast. "This message to you from the citizen chief commissary of the section. 6 men are wanted by the Committee of Public Safety. They are disguised as carriers in the employ of a market gardener, and they have passports for baronetcy. The passports are stolen. The men are traitors, escaped aristocrats, and their spokesman is that Englishman, the Scarlet Pimpernel." Bibot tried to speak. He tugged at the collar of his ragged shirt. An awful curse escaped him. 10,000 devils! He roared. "On no account allow these people to go through," continued the officer. "Keep their passports. Detain them. Understand?" Bibot was still gasping for breath even whilst the officer, ordering a quick "turn," reeled his horse around, ready to gallop away as far as he had come. "I'm for the St. Denis Gate. Grosjean is on guard there," he shouted. "Same orders all round the city. No one to leave the gates. Understand?" His troopers fell in. The next moment he would be gone, and those cursed aristocrats well in safety's way. "Citizen Captain!" The hoarse shout at last contrived to escape Bibot's parched throat. As if involuntary, the officer drew rein once more. "What is it? Quick! I've no time. That confounded Englishman may be at the St. Denis Gate even now." "Citizen Captain!" gasped Bibot, his breath coming and going like that of a man fighting for his life. "Here! At this gate! Not half an hour ago! 6 men! Carriers! Market gardeners! I seemed to know their faces!" "Yes, yes! Market gardeners' carriers!" exclaimed the officer gleefully. "Aristocrats all of them! And that Scarlet Pimpernel! You've got them? You've detained them? Where are they? Speak, man, in the name of hell!" "Gone!" gasped Bibot. His legs would no longer bear him. He fell backwards onto a heap of street debris and refuse, from which lowly vantage ground he contrived to give away the whole miserable tale. "Gone! Half an hour ago! Their passports were in order! I seemed to know their faces! Citizen Marat was here! He, too!" In a moment the officer had once more swung his horse round, so that the animal reared, with wild forefeet pawing the air, with champing of bit and white foam scattered around. "1,000,000,000 curses!" he exclaimed. "Citizen Bibot, your head will pay for this treachery. Which way did they go?" A dozen hands were ready to point in the direction where the merry party of carriers had disappeared half an hour ago. A dozen tongues gave rapid, confused explanations. "Into it, my men!" shouted the officer. "They were on foot, they can't have gone far. Remember, the Republic has offered 10,000 francs for the capture of the Scarlet Pimpernel." Already the heavy gates had been swung open, and the officer's voice once more rang out clear through a perfect thunderclap of fast galloping hooves. "Ventre! Remember, 10,000 francs to him who first sights the Scarlet Pimpernel." The thunderclap died away in the distance. The dust of 80 hooves was merged in the fog and in the darkness. The voice of the captain was raised again through the mist-laden air. One shout, a shout of triumph. Then silence once again. Bibot had fainted on the heap of debris. His comrades brought him wine to drink. He gradually revived. Hope came back to his heart. His nerves soon steadied themselves as the heavy beverage filtrated through into his blood. "Bah!" he ejaculated as he pulled himself together. The troopers were well mounted. The officer was enthusiastic. Those carriers could not have walked very far. And in any case, I am free from blame. Citoyen Marat himself was here, and let them pass. A shudder of superstitious terror ran through him as he recollected the whole scene, for surely he knew all the faces of the 6 men who had gone through the gate. The devil indeed must have given the mysterious Englishman power to transmute himself and his gang wholly into the bodies of other people. More than an hour went by. Bibot was quite himself again, bullying, commanding, detaining everybody now. At that time there appeared to be a slight altercation going on the farther side of the gate. Bibot thought it his duty to go see what the noise was about. Someone wanting to get into Paris instead of out of it at this hour of the night was a strange occurrence. Bibot heard his name spoken by a raucous voice. Accompanied by 2 of his men, he crossed the wide gates in order to see what was happening. One of the men held a lanthorn, which he was swinging high above his head. Bibot saw standing there before him, arguing with the guard by the gate, the bibulous spokesman of the band of carriers. He was explaining to the sentry that he had a message to deliver to the citizen commanding at the Porte Montmartre. "It is a note," he said, "which an officer of the mounted guard gave me. He and 20 troopers were galloping down the north road not far from Baroness. When they overtook the 6 of us they drew rein, and the officer gave me this note for the citizen Bibot and 50 francs if I would deliver it tonight." "Give me the note," said Bibot calmly. But his hand shook as he took the paper. His face was livid with fear and rage. The paper had no writing on it, only the outline of a small scarlet flower done in red. The device of the cursed Englishman, the Scarlet Pimpernel. "Which way did the officer and the 20 troopers go," he stammered, "after they gave you this note?" "On the way to Calais," replied the other. "But they had magnificent horses, and didn't spare them either. They are a league and more away by now." All the blood in Bibot's body seemed to rush up to his head. A wild buzzing was in his ears. And that was how the Duc and Duchesse de Montreux, with their servants and family, escaped from Paris on that 3rd day of Nivose in the year 1 of the Republic. End of Book 2. Recording by Sarah Luan.
Chapter 3 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Chapter 3 Two Good Patriots. Being the deposition of Citizeness Fanny Roussel, who was brought up together with her husband before the tribunal of the Revolution on a charge of treason, both being subsequently acquitted. My name is Fanny Roussel, and I am a respectable married woman, and as good a patriot as any of you sitting there. Aye, and I'll say it with my dying breath, though you may send me to the guillotine, as you probably will, for you are all thieves and murderers, every one of you, and you have already made up your minds that I and my man are guilty of having sheltered that accursed Englishman whom they call the Scarlet Pimpernel, and of having helped him escape. But I'll tell you how it all happened, because though you call me a traitor to the people of France, yet am I a true patriot, and will prove it to you by telling you exactly how everything occurred, so that you may be on your guard against the cleverness of that man, who, I do believe, is a friend and confederate of the devil, else how could he have escaped that time? Well, it was 3 days ago, and as bitterly cold as anything that my man and I can remember. We had no travellers staying in the house, for we are a good 3 leagues out of Calais, and too far for the folk who have business in or about the harbour. Only at midday the coffee room would get full sometimes with people on their way to or from the port. But in the evenings the place was quite deserted, and so lonely that at times we fancied that we could hear the wolves howling in the forest of St. Pierre. It was close to 8 o'clock, and my man was putting up the shutters, when suddenly we heard the tramp of feet on the road outside, and then the quick word, "Halt!" The next moment there was a peremptory knock at the door. My man opened it, and there stood 4 men in the uniform of the 9th Regiment of the Line, the same that is quartered at Calais. The uniform, of course, I knew well, though I did not know the men by sight. "In the name of the people, and by the order of the Committee of Public Safety," said one of the men, who stood on the forefront, and who, I noticed, had corporal's stripes on his left sleeve. He held out a paper which was covered with seals and with writing, but as neither my man nor I could read, it was no use our looking at it. "Hercule, that is my husband's name, citizens, asked the corporal what the Committee of Public Safety wanted with us poor hoteliers of a wayside inn." "Only food and shelter for tonight for me and my men," replied the corporal, quite civilly. "You can rest here," said Hercule, as he pointed to the benches in the coffee room, "and if there's any soup left in the stock pot, you are welcome to it." Hercule, you'll see, is a good patriot, and he had been a soldier in his day. No, do not interrupt me, any of you. You would only be saying that I ought to have known, but listen to the end. "The soup we'll gladly eat," said the corporal very pleasantly. "As for shelter, well, I am afraid this nice warm coffee room will not exactly serve our purpose. We want a place where we can lie hidden and at the same time keep a watch on the road. I noticed an outhouse as we came. By your leave, we will sleep in there." "As you please," said my man curtly. He frowned as he said this, and suddenly it seemed as if some vague suspicion had crept into Hercule's mind. The corporal, however, appeared unaware of this, for he went on quite cheerfully. "Ah, that is excellent. Entre nous, citizen, my men and I have a desperate customer to deal with. I'll not mention his name, for I see you have guessed it already. A small red flower, what? Well, we know that he must be making straight for the port of Calais, for he has been traced to St. Omer and Ardres. But he cannot possibly enter Calais city tonight, for we are on the watch for him. He must seek shelter somewhere for himself and any other aristocrat he may have with him, and bar this house there is no other place between Ardres and Calais where he can get it. The night is bitterly cold, with a snow blizzard raging round. I and my men have been detailed to watch this road. Other patrols are guarding those that lead toward Boulogne and to Gravelines. But I have an idea, citizen, that our fox is making for Calais, and to me will fall the honor of handing that tiresome scarlet flower to the public prosecutor en route for Madame la Guillotine." Now I could not really tell you, citizens, what suspicions had by this time entered Hercule's head or mine. Certainly what suspicions we did have were still very vague. I prepared the soup for the men, and they ate it heartily, after which my husband led the way to the outhouse, where we sometimes stabled the traveller's horse when the need arose. It is nice and dry, and always filled with warm, fresh straw. The entrance into it immediately faces the road. The corporal declared that nothing would suit him and his men better. They retired to rest, apparently, but we noticed that 2 men remained on the watch just inside the entrance, whilst the 2 others curled up in the straw. Hercule put out the lights in the coffee room, and then he and I went upstairs, not to bed, mind you, but to have a quiet talk together over the events of the past half hour. The result of our talk was that 10 minutes later my man quietly stole downstairs and out of the house. He did not, however, go out by the front door, but through a back way which, leading through a cabbage patch and then across a field, cuts into the main road some 200 meters higher up. Hercule and I had decided that he would walk the 3 leagues into Calais, despite the cold, which was intense, and the blizzard, which was nearly blinding, and that he would call at the post of gendarmerie at the city gates, and there see the officer in command and tell him the exact state of the case. It would then be for that officer to decide what was to be done. Our responsibility as loyal citizens would be completely covered. Hercule, you must know, had just emerged from our cabbage patch onto the field when he was suddenly challenged. "Qui va là?" He gave his name. His certificate of citizenship was in his pocket. He had nothing to fear. Through the darkness and the veil of snow he had discerned a small group of men wearing the uniform of the 9th Regiment of the line. "4 men," said the foremost of these, speaking quickly and commandingly, "wearing the same uniform that I and my men are wearing. Have you seen them?" "Yes," said Hercule hurriedly. "Where are they?" "In the outhouse, close by." The other suppressed a cry of triumph. "At them, my men," he said in a whisper, "and you, citizen, thank your stars that we have not come too late." "These men," whispered Hercule, "I had my suspicions." "Aristocrats, citizen," rejoined the commander of the little party, "and one of them is that cursed Englishman, the Scarlet Pimpernel." Already the soldiers, closely followed by Hercule, had made their way through our cabbage patch back to the house. The next moment they had made a bold dash for the barn. There was a great deal of shouting, a great deal of swearing, and some firing, whilst Hercule and I, not a little frightened, remained in the coffee room, anxiously awaiting events. Presently the group of soldiers returned, not the ones who at first came, but the others. I noticed their leader, who seemed to be exceptionally tall. He looked very cheerful and laughed loudly as he entered the coffee room. From the moment that I looked at his face I knew, somehow, that Hercule and I had been fooled, and that now, indeed, we stood eye to eye with that mysterious personage who was called the Scarlet Pimpernel. I screamed, and Hercule made a dash for the door. But what could 2 humble and peaceful citizens do against this band of desperate men who held their lives in their own hands? They were 4 and we were 2, and I do believe that their leader had supernatural strength and power. He treated us quite kindly, even though he ordered his followers to bind us down to our beds upstairs, and to tie a cloth round our mouths so that our cries could not be distinctly heard. Neither my man nor I closed an eye all night, of course, but we heard the miscreants moving about in the coffee room below. But they did no mischief, nor did they steal any of the food or wines. At daybreak we heard them going out by the front door, and their footsteps disappearing toward Calais. We found their discarded uniforms lying in the coffee room. They must have entered Calais by daylight, when the gates were open, just like any other peaceable citizens. No doubt they had forged passports, just as they had stolen uniforms. Our maid-of-all-work released us from our terrible position in the course of the morning, and we released the soldiers of the 9th Regiment of the Line, whom we found bound and gagged, some of them wounded, in the outhouse. That same afternoon we were arrested, and here we are, ready to die if we must. But I swear that I have told you the truth, and I ask you, in the name of justice, if we have done anything wrong, and if we did not act like loyal and true citizens, even though we were pitted against an emissary of the devil. End of chapter 3. Recording by Linda Velwest.
Book 4, Chapter 1 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Case. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 4, The Old Scarecrow. Chapter 1. Nobody in the Quartier could quite recollect when it was that the new public letter writer first set up in business at the angle formed by the Quai des Augustins and the Rue Dauphine, immediately facing the Pont Neuf. But there he certainly was, on the 28th day of February, 1793, when Agnes, with eyes swollen with tears, a market-basket under her arm, and a look of dreary despair on her young face, turned that self-same angle on her way to the Pont Neuf, and nearly fell over the rickety construction which sheltered him and his stock in trade. "Oh, mon Dieu! Citizen Lepine, I had no idea you were here," she exclaimed, as soon as she had recovered her balance. "Nor I, citizeness, that I should have the pleasure of seeing you this morning," he retorted. "But you were always at the other corner of the Pont Neuf," she argued. "So I was," he replied, "so I was. But I thought I would like a change. The Faubourg Saint Michel appealed to me. Most of my clients came to me from this side of the river. All those on the other side seem to know how to read and write." "I was just going over to see you," she remarked. "You, citizeness?" he exclaimed in unfeigned surprise. "What should procure a poor public writer the honor of—" "Hush, in God's name!" broke in the young girl quickly, as she cast a rapid, furtive glance up and down the quay and the narrow streets which converged at this angle. She was dressed in the humblest and poorest of clothes. Her skimpy shawl round her shoulders could scarce protect her against the cold of this cruel winter's morning. Her hair was entirely hidden beneath a frilled and starched cap, and her feet were encased in coarse worsted stockings and sabots, but her hands were delicate and fine, and her face had that nobility of feature and look of patient resignation in the midst of overwhelming sorrow, which proclaimed a lofty refinement both of soul and of mind. The old letter-writer was surveying the pathetic young figure before him through his huge horn-rimmed spectacles, and she smiled on him through her fast-gathering tears. He used to have his pitch at the angle of the Pont Neuf, and whenever Agnes had walked past it, she had nodded to him and bidden him good morrow. He had at times done little commissions for her and gone on errands when she needed a messenger. Today, in the midst of her despair, she had suddenly thought of him, and that rumor credited him with certain knowledge which she would give her all to possess. She had sallied forth this morning with the express purpose of speaking with him, but now suddenly she felt afraid, and stood looking at him for a moment or two, hesitating, wondering if she dared tell him. One never knew these days into what terrible pitfall an ill-considered word might lead one. A scarecrow he was, that old public letter-writer, more like a great gaunt bird than a human being, with those spectacles of his, and his long, very sparse, and very lanky fringe of a beard, which fell from his cheeks and chin and down his chest for all the world like a crumpled gray bib. He was wrapped from head to toe in a caped coat which had once been green in color, but was now of many hues not usually seen in rainbows. He wore his coat all buttoned down the front, like a dressing gown, and below the hem there peeped out a pair of very large feet, encased in boots which had never been a pair. He sat upon a rickety, straw-bottomed chair under an improvised awning, which was made up of 4 poles and a bit of sacking. He had a table in front of him, a table partially and very insecurely propped up by a bundle of old papers and books, since no 2 of its 4 legs were completely whole, and on the table there was a necklace bottle half filled with ink, a few sheets of paper, and a couple of quill pens. The young girl's hesitation had indeed not lasted more than a few seconds. Furtively, like a young creature terrified of lurking enemies, she once more glanced to right and left of her and down the 2 streets and the river bank, for Paris was full of spies these days, human bloodhounds ready for a few sous to sell their fellow creatures' lives. It was middle morning now, and a few passers-by were hurrying along, wrapped to the nose in mufflers, for the weather was bitterly cold. Agnes waited until there was no one in sight, then she leaned forward over the table and whispered under her breath, "They say, citizen, that you alone in Paris know the whereabouts of the English milord, of him who is called the Scarlet Pimpernel." "Hush!" said the old man quickly, for just at that moment 2 men had gone by, in ragged coats and torn breeches, who had leered at Agnes and her neat cap and skirt as they passed. Now they had turned the angle of the street, and the old man, too, sank his voice to a whisper. "I know nothing of any Englishmen," he muttered. "Yes, you do," she rejoined insistently. "When poor Antoine Carré was somewhere in hiding and threatened with arrest, and his mother dared not write to him lest her letter be intercepted, she spoke to you about the English milord, and the English milord found Antoine Carré and took him and his mother safely out of France. Madame Carré is my godmother. I saw her that very night when she went to meet the English milord at his command. I know all that happened then. I know that you were the intermediary." "And if I was," he muttered sullenly, as he fiddled with his pen and paper, "maybe I've had cause to regret it. For a week after that Carré episode I dared not show my face in the streets of Paris. For nigh on a fortnight I dared not ply my trade. I have only just ventured again to set up in business. I am not going to risk my old neck again in a hurry." "It is a matter of life and death," urged Agnes, as once more the tears rushed to her pleading eyes and the look of misery settled again upon her face. "Your life, citizeness?" queried the old man, "or that of citizen deputy Fabrice?" "Hush!" she broke in again, as a look of real terror now overspread her face. Then she added under her breath, "You know?" "I know that Mademoiselle Agnes de Lucines is fiancée to the citizen deputy Arnould Fabrice," rejoined the old man quietly, "and that it is Mademoiselle Agnes de Lucines who is speaking with me now." "You have known that all along?" "Ever since Mademoiselle first tripped past me at the angle of the Pont Neuf, dressed in Windsor kirtle and wearing sabots on her feet." "But how?" she murmured, puzzled, not a little frightened, for his knowledge might prove dangerous to her. She was of gentle birth, and as such an object of suspicion to the government of the Republic and of the Terror. Her mother was a hopeless cripple, unable to move. This, together with her love for Arnould Fabrice, had kept Agnes de Lucines in France these days, even though she was in hourly peril of arrest. "Tell me what has happened," the old man said, unheeding her last anxious query. "Perhaps I can help." "Oh, you cannot! The English milord can, and will, if only we could know where he is. I thought of him the moment I received that awful man's letter, and then I thought of you—" "Tell me about the letter, quickly," he interrupted her, with some impatience. "I'll be writing something, but talk away, I shall hear every word, but for God's sake be as brief as you can." He drew some paper nearer to him, and dipped his pen in the ink. He appeared to be writing under her dictation. Thin, flaky snow had begun to fall, and settled in a smooth white carpet upon the frozen ground, and the footsteps of the passers-by sounded muffled as they hurried along. Only the lapping of the water of the sluggish river close by broke the absolute stillness of the air. Agnes de Lucine's pale face looked ethereal in this framework of white which covered her shoulders, and the shawl crossed over her bosom. Only her eyes, dark, appealing, filled with a glow of immeasurable despair, appeared tensely human and alive. "I had a letter this morning," she whispered, speaking very rapidly, "from Citizen Heriot, that awful man. You know him?" "Yes, yes. He used to be valet in the service of Deputy Fabrice. Now he, too, is a member of the National Assembly. He is arrogant and cruel and vile. He hates Arnaud Fabrice, and he professes himself passionately in love with me." "Yes, yes," murmured the old man, "but the letter?" "It came this morning. In it he says that he has in his possession a number of old letters, documents and manuscripts which are quite enough to send Deputy Fabrice to the guillotine. He threatens to place all those papers before the Committee of Public Safety unless I—" She paused, and a deep blush, partly of shame, partly of wrath, suffused her pale cheeks. "Unless you accept his grimy hand in marriage," concluded the man dryly. Her eyes gave him answer. With pathetic insistence she tried now to glean a ray of hope from the old scarecrow's inscrutable face. But he was bending over his writing. His fingers were blue with cold, his great shoulders were stooped to his task. "Citizen," she pleaded. "Hush," he muttered, "no more now. The very snowflakes are made up of whispers that may reach those bloodhounds yet. The English milor shall know of this. He will send you a message if he thinks fit. Citizen, not another word, in God's name. Pay me 5 sous for this letter, and pray heaven that you have not been watched." She shivered, and drew her shawl closer round her shoulders. Then she counted out 5 sous with elaborate care, and laid them out upon the table. The old man took up the coins. He blew into his fingers, which looked paralyzed with the cold. The snow lay over everything now. The rough awning had not protected him or his wares. Agnes turned to go. The last she saw of him, as she went up the Rue Dauphine, was one broad shoulder still bending over the table, and clad in the shabby, caped coat all covered with snow, like an old Santa Claus. End of chapter 1. Book 4, Chapter 2 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Case. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 4, The Old Scarecrow. Chapter 2. It was half an hour before noon, and Citizen Deputy Heriot was preparing to go out to the small tavern round the corner, where he habitually took his déjeuner. Citizen Rondeau, who for the consideration of 10 sous a day looked after Heriot's paltry creature comforts, was busy tidying up the squalid apartment which the latter occupied on the top floor of a lodging-house in the Rue Cocatrice. This apartment consisted of 3 rooms leading out of one another. Firstly, there was a dark and narrow antechamber, wherein slept the aforesaid citizen servant. Then came a sitting room, sparsely furnished with a few chairs, a centre table, and an iron stove, and finally there was the bedroom, wherein the most conspicuous object was a large oak chest clamped with wide iron hinges, and a massive writing desk. The bed and a very primitive washstand were in an alcove at the farther end of the room, and partially hidden by a tapestry curtain. At exactly 7:30 that morning, there came a peremptory knock at the door of the antechamber, and as Rondeau was busy in the bedroom, Heriot went himself to see who his unexpected visitor might be. On the landing outside stood an extraordinary-looking individual, more like a tall and animated scarecrow than a man, who in a tremulous voice asked if he might speak with the citizen Heriot. "That is my name," said the deputy gruffly. "What do you want?" He would have liked to slam the door in the old scarecrow's face, but the latter, with the boldness which sometimes besets the timid, had already stepped into the antechamber, and was now quietly sauntering through to the next room into the one behind. Heriot, being a representative of the people and a social democrat of the most advanced type, was supposed to be accessible to everyone who desired speech with him. Though muttering sundry curses, he thought it best not to go against his usual practice, and after a moment's hesitation he followed his unwelcome visitor. The latter was in the sitting-room by this time. He had drawn a chair close to the table, and sat down with the air of one who has a perfect right to be where he is. As soon as Heriot entered, he said placidly, "I would desire to speak alone with the citizen deputy." And Heriot, after another slight hesitation, ordered Rondeau to close the bedroom door. "Keep your ears open in case I call," he added significantly. "You are cautious, citizen," merely remarked the visitor with a smile. To this Heriot vouchsafed no reply. He, too, drew a chair forward and sat opposite his visitor. Then he asked abruptly, "Your name and quality?" "My name is Lepine, at your service," said the old man, "and by profession I write letters at the rate of 5 sous or so, according to length, for those who are not able to do it for themselves." "Your business with me?" queried Heriot curtly. "To offer you 2,000 francs for the letters which you stole from Deputy Fabrice when you were his valet," replied Lepine with perfect calm. In a moment Heriot was on his feet, jumping as if he had been stung. His pale, short-sighted eyes narrowed till they were mere slits, and through them he darted a quick, suspicious glance at the extraordinary out-at-elbows figure before him. Then he threw back his head and laughed till the tears streamed down his cheeks and his sides began to ache. "This is a farce, I presume, citizen," he said when he had recovered something of his composure. "No farce, citizen," replied Lepine calmly. "The money is at your disposal whenever you care to bring the letters to my pitch at the angle of the Rue Dauphine and the Quai d'Augustin, where I carry on my business." "Whose money is it? Agnes de Lucines, or did that fool Fabrice send you?" "No one sent me, citizen. The money is mine. A few savings I possess. I honor citizen Fabrice. I would wish to do him service by purchasing certain letters from you." Then, as Heriot, moody and sullen, remained silent and began pacing up and down the long bare floor of the room, Lepine added persuasively, "Well, what do you say? 2,000 francs for a packet of letters. Not a bad bargain these hard times." "Get out of this room," was Heriot's fierce and sudden reply. "You refuse?" "Get out of this room." "As you please," said Lepine as he, too, rose from his chair. "But before I go, citizen Heriot," he added, speaking very quietly, "let me tell you one thing. Mademoiselle Agnes de Lucines would far sooner cut off her right hand than let yours touch it even for one instant. Neither she nor Deputy Fabrice would ever purchase their lives at such a price." "And who are you, you mangy old scarecrow," retorted Heriot, who was getting beside himself with rage, "that you should assert these things? What are these people to you, or you to them, that you should interfere in their affairs?" "Your question is beside the point, citizen," said Lepine blandly. "I am here to propose a bargain. Had you not better agree to it?" "Never," reiterated Heriot emphatically. 2,000 francs," reiterated the old man imperturbably. "Not if you offered me 200,000," retorted the other fiercely. "Go and tell that to those who sent you. Tell them that I, Heriot, would look upon a fortune as mere dross against the delight of seeing that man Fabrice, whom I hate beyond everything in earth or hell, mount up the steps to the guillotine. Tell them that I know that Agnes de Lucines loathes me, that I know that she loves him. I know that I cannot win her save by threatening him. But you are wrong, citizen Lepine," he continued, speaking more and more calmly as his passions of hatred and of love seemed more and more to hold him in their grip. "You are wrong if you think that she will not strike a bargain with me in order to save the life of Fabrice, whom she loves. Agnes de Lucines will be my wife within the month, or Arnauld Fabrice's head will fall under the guillotine, and you, my interfering friend, may go to the devil, if you please." "That would be but a tame proceeding, citizen, after my visit to you," said the old man, with unruffled sang-froid. "But let me, in my turn, assure you this, citizen Heriot," he added, "that Mademoiselle de Lucines will never be your wife, that Arnauld Fabrice will not end his valuable life under the guillotine, and that you will never be allowed to use against him the cowardly and stolen weapon which you possess." Heriot laughed, a low, cynical laugh, and shrugged his thin shoulders. "And who will prevent me, I pray you?" he asked sarcastically. The old man made no immediate reply, but he came just a step or two closer to the citizen deputy and, suddenly drawing himself up to his full height, he looked for one brief moment down upon the mean and sordid figure of the ex-valet. To Heriot it seemed as if the whole man had become transfigured. The shabby old scarecrow looked all of a sudden like a brilliant and powerful personality. From his eyes there flashed down a look of supreme contempt and of supreme pride, and Heriot, unable to understand this metamorphosis, which was more apparent to his inner consciousness than to his outward sight, felt his knees shake under him, and all the blood rush back to his heart in an agony of superstitious terror. From somewhere there came to his ear the sound of two words, "I will," in reply to his own defiant query. Surely those words uttered by a man conscious of power and of strength could never have been spoken by the dilapidated old scarecrow who earned a precarious living by writing letters for ignorant folk. But before he could recover some semblance of presence of mind, citizen Lepine had gone, and only a loud and merry laugh seemed to echo through the squalid room. Heriot shook off the remnant of his own senseless terror. He tore open the door of the bedroom and shouted to Rondeau, who truly was thinking that the citizen deputy had gone mad. "After him! After him! Quick! Curse you!" he cried. "After whom?" gasped the man. "The man who was here just now, an aristo." "I saw no one, but the public letter writer, old Lepine. I know him well." "Curse you for a fool!" shouted Heriot savagely. "The man who was here was that cursed Englishman, the one whom they call the Scarlet Pimpernel. Run after him! Stop him, I say!" "Too late, citizen," said the other placidly. "Whoever was here before is certainly halfway down the street by now." End of chapter 2. Book 4, Chapter 3 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Case. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 4, The Old Scarecrow. Chapter 3. "No use, Fawkes," said Sir Percy Blakeney to his friend half an hour later. "The man's passions of hatred and desire are greater than his greed." The two men were sitting together in one of Sir Percy Blakeney's many lodgings, the one in the Rue de Petit Paris, and Sir Percy had just put Sir Andrew Fawkes au fait with the whole sad story of Arnauld Fabrice's danger and Agnes de Lucine's despair. "You could do nothing with the brute, then?" queried Sir Andrew. "Nothing," replied Blakeney. "He refused all bribes, and violence would not have helped me, for what I wanted was not to knock him down, but to get hold of the letters." "Well, after all, he might have sold you the letters, and then denounced Fabrice just the same." "No, without actual proofs he could not do that. Arnauld Fabrice is not a man against whom a mere denunciation would suffice. He has the grudging respect of every faction in the National Assembly. Nothing but irrefutable proof would prevail against him, and bring him to the guillotine. Why not get Fabrice and Mademoiselle de Lucines safely over to England?" "Fabrice would not come. He is not of the stuff that émigrés are made of. He is not an aristocrat. He is a republican by conviction, and a demmed honest one at that. He would scorn to run away, and Agnes de Lucines would not go without him." "Then what can we do?" filched those letters from that brute Hero," said Blakeney calmly. "Housebreaking, you mean," commented Sir Andrew Ffoulkes dryly. "Petty theft, shall we say," retorted Sir Andrew. "I can bribe the lout who has charge of Hero's rooms to introduce us into his master's sanctum this evening, when the National Assembly is sitting and the citizen deputy safely out of the way." And the two men, one of whom was the most intimate friend of the Prince of Wales, and the acknowledged darling of London society, thereupon fell to discussing plans for surreptitiously entering a man's room and committing larceny, which in normal times would entail, if discovered, a long term of imprisonment, but which in these days, in Paris, and perpetrated against a member of the National Assembly, would certainly be punished by death. End of chapter 3. Book 4, Chapter 4 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Case. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 4, The Old Scarecrow. Chapter 4. Citizen Rondeau, whose business it was to look after the creature comforts of Deputy Hero, was standing in the antechamber facing the two visitors whom he had just introduced into his master's apartments, and idly turning a couple of gold coins over and over between his grimy fingers. "And mind, you are to see nothing and hear nothing of what goes on in the next room," said the taller of the two strangers. "And when we go there'll be another couple of louis for you. Is that understood?" "Yes, it's understood," grunted Rondeau sullenly. "But I am running great risks. The citizen deputy sometimes returns at 10 o'clock, but sometimes at 9. I never know." "It is now 7, rejoined the other. "We'll be gone long before 9. "Well," said Rondeau surlily, "I go out now for my supper. I'll return in half an hour, but at 8:30 you must clear out." Then he added with a sneer, "Citizens Legros and Degas usually come back with Deputy Hero of nights, and Citizens Jeannot and Bompard come in from next door for a game of cards. You wouldn't stand much chance if you were caught here." "Not with you to back up so formidable a quintet of stalwarts," assented the tall visitor gaily. "But we won't trouble about that just now. We have a couple of hours before us in which to do all that we want. So au revoir, friend Rondeau. 2 more louis for your complaisance, remember, when we have accomplished our purpose." Rondeau muttered something more, but the two strangers paid no further heed to him. They had already walked to the next room, leaving Rondeau in the antechamber. Sir Percy Blakeney did not pause in the sitting-room where an oil lamp suspended from the ceiling threw a feeble circle of light above the centre table. He went straight through to the bedroom. Here, too, a small lamp was burning, which only lit up a small portion of the room, the writing-desk and the oak chest, leaving the corners and the alcove, with its partially drawn curtains, in complete shadow. Blakeney pointed to the oak chest and to the desk. "You tackle the chest, Ffoulkes, and I will go for the desk," he said quietly, as soon as he had taken a rapid survey of the room. "You have your tools?" Ffoulkes nodded, and anon in this squalid room, ill-lit, ill-ventilated, barely furnished, was presented one of the most curious spectacles of these strange and troublous times. 2 English gentlemen, the acknowledged dandies of London drawing-rooms, busy picking locks and filing hinges like any common house-thieves. Neither of them spoke, and a strange hush fell over the room, a hush only broken by the click of metal against metal, and the deep breathing of the 2 men bending to their task. Sir Andrew Ffoulkes was working with a file on the padlocks of the oak chest, and Sir Percy Blakeney, with a bunch of skeleton keys, was opening the drawers of the writing-desk. These, when finally opened, revealed nothing of any importance, but when anon Sir Andrew was able to lift the lid of the oak chest, he disclosed an innumerable quantity of papers and documents tied up in neat bundles, docketed and piled up in rows and tiers to the very top of the chest. "Quick to work, folks," said Blakeney, as in response to his friend's call he drew a chair forward and, seating himself beside the chest, started on the task of looking through the hundreds of bundles which lay before him. "It will take us all our time to look through these." Together now the two men set to work, methodically and quietly, piling up on the floor beside them the bundles of papers which they had already examined, and delving into the oak chest for others. No sound was heard save the crackling of crisp paper, and an occasional ejaculation from either of them when they came upon some proof or other of Heriot's propensity for blackmail. "Agnes de Lucines is not the only one whom this brute is terrorizing," murmured Blakeney once between his teeth. "I marvel that the man ever feels safe, alone in these lodgings, with no one but that weak-kneed Rondeau to protect him. He must have scores of enemies in this city who would gladly put a dagger in his heart or a bullet through his back." They had been at work for close on half an hour when an exclamation of triumph, quickly smothered, escaped Sir Percy's lips. "By gad, folks," he said, "I believe I have got what we want." With quick, capable hands he turned over a bundle which he had just extracted from the chest. Rapidly he glanced through them. "I have them, folks," he reiterated more emphatically as he put the bundle into his pocket. "Now everything back in its place and—" Suddenly he paused, his slender hand up to his lips, his head turned toward the door, an expression of tense expectancy in every line on his face. "Quick, folks," he whispered, "everything back into the chest, and the lid down." "What ears you have!" murmured Fawkes as he obeyed rapidly and without question. "I heard nothing." Blakeney went to the door and bent his head to listen. "3 men coming up the stairs," he said. "They are on the landing now." "Have we time to rush them?" "No chance. They are at the door. 2 more men have joined them, and I can distinguish Rondeau's voice too." "The quintet," murmured Sir Andrew. "We are caught like 2 rats in a trap." Even as he spoke, the opening of the outside door could be distinctly heard, then the confused murmurs of many voices. Already Blakeney and Fawkes had with perfect presence of mind put the finishing touches to tidying of the room, put the chairs straight, shut down the lid of the oak chest, closed all the drawers of the desk. "Nothing but good luck can save us now," whispered Blakeney as he lowered the wick of the lamp. "Quick now," he added, "behind that tapestry in the alcove, and trust to our stars." Securely hidden for the moment behind the curtains in the dark recess of the alcove the 2 men waited. The door leading into the sitting room was ajar, and they could hear Heriot and his friends making merry irruption into the place. From out of the confusion of general conversation they soon gathered that the debates in the chamber had been so dull and uninteresting, that, at a given signal, the little party had decided to adjourn to Heriot's rooms for their habitual game of cards. They could also hear Heriot calling to Rondeau to bring bottles and glasses, and vaguely they marvelled what Rondeau's attitude might be like at this moment. Was he brazening out the situation, or was he sick with terror? Suddenly Heriot's voice came out more distinctly. "Make yourselves at home, friends," he was saying. "Here are cards, dominoes, and wine. I must leave you to yourselves for 10 minutes whilst I write an important letter." "All right, but don't be long," came in merry response. "No longer than I can help," rejoined Heriot. "I want my revenge against Bompard, remember. He did fleece me last night." "Hurry on, then," said one of the men. "I'll play Degas that return game of dominoes until then." 10 minutes and I'll be back," concluded Heriot. He pushed open the bedroom door. The light within was very dim. The 2 men, hidden behind the tapestry, could hear him moving about the room muttering curses to himself. Presently the light of the lamp was shifted from one end of the room to the other. Through the opening between the 2 curtains Blakeney could just see Heriot's back as he placed the lamp at a convenient angle upon his desk, divested himself of his overcoat and muffler, then sat down and drew pen and paper closer to him. He was leaning forward, his elbows resting upon the table, his fingers fidgeting with his long, lank hair. He had closed the door when he entered, and from the other room now the voices of his friends sounded confused and muffled. Now and then an exclamation, "Double! Je tiens!" "Sing deux!" An oath, a laugh, The clink of glasses and bottles came out more clearly. But the rest of the time these sounds were more like a droning accompaniment to the scraping of Heriot's pen upon the paper when he finally began to write his letter. 2 minutes went by, and then 2 more. The scratching of Heriot's pen became more rapid as he appeared to be more completely immersed in his work. Behind the curtain the 2 men had been waiting. Blakeney ready to act, Fawkes equally ready to interpret the slightest signal from his chief. The next minute Blakeney had stolen out of the alcove, and his 2 hands, so slender and elegant looking, and yet with a grip of steel, had fastened themselves upon Heriot's mouth, smothering within the space of a second the cry that had been half uttered. Fawkes was ready to complete the work of rendering the man helpless. One handkerchief made an efficient gag, another tied the ankles securely. Heriot's own overcoat sleeves supplied the handcuffs, and the blanket off the bed tied around his legs rendered him powerless to move. Then the 2 men lifted this inert mass onto the bed, and Fawkes whispered anxiously, "Now what next?" Heriot's overcoat, hat, and muffler lay upon a chair. Sir Percy, placing a warning finger upon his lips, quickly divested himself of his own coat, slipped that of Heriot on, twisted the muffler round his neck, hunched up his shoulders, and murmuring, "Now for a bit of luck," once more lowered the light of the lamp, and then went to the door. "Rondo!" he called. "Hey, Rondo!" And Sir Percy himself was surprised at the marvellous way in which he had caught the very inflection of Heriot's voice. "Hey, Rondo!" came from one of the players at the table. "The citizen deputy is calling you." They were all sitting round the table, 2 men intent upon their game of dominoes, the other 2 watching with equal intentness. Rondo came shuffling out of the antechamber. His face, by the dim light of the oil lamp, looked jaundiced with fear. "Rondo, you fool, where are you?" called Blakeney once more. The next moment Rondo had entered the room. No need for a signal or an order this time. Fawkes knew by instinct what his chief's bold scheme would mean to them both if it succeeded. He retired into the darkest corner of the room as Rondo shuffled across to the writing desk. It was all done in a moment. In less time than it had taken to bind and gag Heriot, his henchman was laid out on the floor, his coat had been taken off him, and he was tied into a mummy-like bundle with Sir Andrew Fawkes' elegant coat fastened securely round his arms and chest. It had all been done in silence. The men in the next room were noisy and intent on their game. The slight scuffle, the quickly smothered cries had remained unheeded. "Now, what next?" queried Sir Andrew Fawkes once more. "The impudence of the de'il, my good Fawkes," replied Blakeney in a whisper, "and may our stars not play us false. Now let me make you look as like Rondo as possible. There! Slip on his coat. Now your hair over your forehead, your coat collar up, your knees bent. That's better," he added as he surveyed the transformation which a few deft strokes had made in Sir Andrew Fawkes' appearance. "Now all you have to do is shuffle across the room. Here's your prototype's handkerchief, of dubious cleanliness, it is true, but it will serve. Blow your nose as you cross the room, it will hide your face. They'll not heed you. Keep in the shadows, and God guard you. I'll follow in a moment or 2, but don't wait for me." He opened the door, and before Sir Andrew could protest his chief had pushed him out into the room where the 4 men were still intent on their game. Through the open door Sir Percy now watched his friend who, keeping well within the shadows, shuffled quietly across the room. The next moment Sir Andrew was through and in the antechamber. Blakeney's acutely sensitive ears caught the sound of the opening of the outer door. He waited for a while, then he drew out of his pocket the bundle of letters which he had risked so much to obtain. There they were, neatly docketed and marked, "The affairs of Arnould Fabrice." Well, if he got away tonight, Agnes de Lucines would be happy and free from the importunities of that brute Heriot. After that, he must persuade her and Fabrice to go to England and to freedom. For the moment, his own safety was terribly in jeopardy. One false move, one look from those players round the table, bah! Even then! With an inward laugh he pushed open the door once more and stepped into the room. For the moment no one noticed him. The game was in its most palpitating stage. 4 shaggy heads met beneath the lamp, and 4 pairs of eyes were gazing with rapt attention upon the intricate maze of the dominoes. Blakeney walked quietly across the room. He was just midway and on a level with the center table when a voice was suddenly raised from that tense group beneath the lamp. "Is it thou, friend Hero?" Then one of the men looked up and stared, and another did likewise and exclaimed, "It is not Hero!" In a moment all was confusion, but confusion was the very essence of those hairbreadth escapes and desperate adventures which were as the breath of his nostrils to the Scarlet Pimpernel. Before those 4 men had had time to jump to their feet, or to realize that something was wrong with their friend Hero, he had run across the room, his hand was on the knob of the door that led to the antechamber and to freedom. Bompard, Degas, Jeannot, Legros were at his heels, but he tore open the door, bounded across the threshold, and slammed it to with such a vigorous bang that those on the other side were brought to a momentary halt. That moment meant life and liberty to Blakeney. Already he had crossed the antechamber. Quite coolly and quietly now he took out the key from the inner side of the main door and slipped it to the outside. The next second, even as the 4 men rushed helter-skelter into the antechamber, he was on the landing and had turned the key in the door. His prisoners were safely locked in Hero's apartments, and Sir Percy Blakeney, calmly and without haste, was descending the stairs of the house in the Rue Cocatrice. The next morning Agnes de Lucines received, through an anonymous messenger, the packet of letters which would so gravely have compromised Arnould Fabrice. Though the weather was more inclement than ever, she ran out into the streets, determined to seek out the old public letter writer and thank him for his mediation with the English milor, who surely had done this noble action. But the old scarecrow had disappeared. End of chapter 4.
Book number 5, Chapter 1 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Prusoff. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book number 5, A Fine Bit of Work. Chapter 1. Shh! Shh! It's the Englishman! I'd know his footstep anywhere. God bless him! Murmured Petite Maman fervently. Pere Lenegre went to the door. He stepped cautiously, and with that stealthy foot-tread which speaks in eloquent silence of daily, hourly danger, of anguish and anxiety for lives that are dear. The door was low and narrow, up on the 5th floor of one of the huge tenement houses in the Rue Jolivet in the Montmartre quarter of Paris. A narrow stone passage led to it, pitch dark at all times, but dirty and evil-smelling when the concierge, a free citizen of the new democracy, took a week's holiday from his work in order to spend whole afternoons either at the wine-shop round the corner or on the Place du Carrousel to watch the guillotine getting rid of some 20 aristocrats an hour for the glorification of the will of the people. But inside the small apartment everything was scrupulously neat and clean. Petite Maman was such an excellent manager, and Rosette was busy all the day tidying and cleaning the poor little home, which Pere Lenegre contrived to keep up for wife and daughter by working 14 hours a day in the government saddlery. When Pere Lenegre opened the narrow door, the entire framework of it was filled by the broad, magnificent figure of a man in heavy caped coat and high leather boots, with dainty frills of lace at throat and wrist, and elegant chapeau bras held in the hand. Pere Lenegre, at sight of him, put a quick finger to his own quivering lips. "Anything wrong, papa?" asked the newcomer lightly. The other closed the door cautiously before he made reply, but Petite Maman could not restrain her anxiety. "My little Pierre, milor?" she asked as she clasped her wrinkled hands together and turned on the stranger her tear-dimmed restless eyes. "Pierre is safe and well, little mother," he replied cheerily, We got him out of Paris early this morning in a coal cart, carefully hidden among the sacks. When he emerged he was black but safe. I drove the cart myself as far as Courbevoie, and there handed over your Pierre and those whom we got out of Paris with him to those of my friends who were going straight to England. There is nothing more to be afraid of, petite maman," he added as he took the old woman's wrinkled hands in both his own. "Your son is now under the care of men who would die rather than see him captured. So make your mind at ease. Pierre will be in England, safe and well, within a week." Petite maman couldn't say anything just then, because tears were choking her, but in her turn she clasped those two strong and slender hands, the hands of the brave Englishman who had just risked his life in order to save Pierre from the guillotine, and she kissed them as fervently as she kissed the feet of the Madonna when she knelt before her shrine in prayer. Pierre had been a footman in the household of unhappy Marie Antoinette. His crime had been that he remained loyal to her in words as well as in thought. A hot-headed but nobly outspoken harangue on behalf of the unfortunate queen, delivered in a public place, had at once marked him out to the spies of the terrorists as suspects of intrigue against the safety of the Republic. He was denounced to the Committee of Public Safety, and his arrest and condemnation to the guillotine would have inevitably followed had not the gallant band of Englishmen, known as the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel, succeeded in effecting his escape. What wonder that petite maman could not speak for tears when she clasped the hands of the noble leader of that splendid little band of heroes. What wonder that Pierre Lenegre, when he heard that his son was safe, murmured a fervent, "God bless you, milord, and your friends," and that Rosette surreptitiously raised the fine caped coat to her lips, for Pierre was her twin brother, and she loved him very dearly. But already Sir Percy Blakeney had, with one of his characteristic cheery words, dissipated the atmosphere of tearful emotion which oppressed these kindly folk. "Now, Papa Lenegre," he said lightly, "tell me why you wore such a solemn air when you let me in just now." "Because, milord," replied the old man quietly, "that concierge Jean Baptiste is a black-hearted traitor." Sir Percy laughed, his merry, infectious laugh. "You mean that while he has been pocketing bribes from me, he has denounced me to the committee." Pierre Lenegre nodded. "I only heard it this morning," he said, from one or two threatening words the treacherous brute let fall. "He knows that you lodge in the Place du Trois Maries, and that you came here frequently. I would have given my life to warn you then and there," continued the old man with touching earnestness, "but I didn't know where to find you. All I knew was that you were looking after Pierre." Even while the man spoke, there darted from beneath the Englishman's heavy lids a quick look like a flash of sudden and brilliant light out of the lazy depths of his merry blue eyes. It was one of those glances of pure delight and exultation which light up the eyes of the true soldier when there is serious fighting to be done. "La, man," he said gaily, "there is no cause to worry. Pierre is safe, remember that. As for me," he added with that wonderful insouciance which caused him to risk his life 100 times a day with a shrug of his broad shoulders and a smile upon his lips, "as for me, I'll look after myself, never fear." He paused a while, then added gravely, "So long as you are safe, my good Lenegre, and petite maman, and Rosette." Whereupon the old man was silent, petite maman murmured a short prayer, and Rosette began to cry. The hero of 1,000 gallant rescues had received his answer. "You, too, are on the blacklist, Pierre Lenegre?" he asked quietly. The old man nodded. "How do you know?" queried the Englishman. "Through Jean Baptiste, milord." "Still, that demmed concierge," muttered Sir Percy. "He frightened petite maman with it all this morning, saying that he knew my name was down on the sectional committee's list as a suspect. That's when he let fall a word or two about you, milord. He said it is known that Pierre has escaped from justice, and that you helped him to it. I am sure that we shall get a domiciliary visit presently," continued Pierre Lenegre, after a slight pause. "The gendarmes have not yet been, but I fancy that already this morning early I saw one or two of the committee's spies hanging about the house, and when I went to the workshop I was followed all the time." The Englishman looked grave. "And tell me," he said, "have you got anything in this place that may prove compromising to any of you?" "No, milord, But, as Jean-Baptiste said, the sectional committee know about Pierre. It is because of my son that I am suspect." The old man spoke quite quietly, very simply, like a philosopher who has long ago learned to put behind him the fear of death. Nor did petite maman cry or lament. Her thoughts were for the brave milord who had saved her boy. But her fears for her old man left her dry-eyed and dumb with grief. There was silence in the little room for one moment while the angel of sorrow and anguish hovered around these faithful and brave souls. Then the Englishman's cheery voice, so full of spirit and merriment, rang out once more. He had risen to his full, towering height, and now placed a kindly hand on the old man's shoulder. "It seems to me, my good Lenegre," he said, "that you and I haven't many moments to spare if we mean to cheat those devils by saving your neck. Now, petite maman," he added, turning to the old woman, "are you going to be brave?" "I will do anything, my lord," she replied quietly, "to help my old man." "Well, then," said Sir Percy Blakeney in that optimistic, light-hearted, yet supremely authoritative tone of which he held the secret, "you and Rosette remain here and wait for the gendarmes. When they come, say nothing, behave with absolute meekness, and let them search your place from end to end. If they ask you about your husband, say that you believe him to be at his workshop. Is that clear?" "Quite clear, milord," replied petite maman. "And you, Père Lenegre," continued the Englishman, speaking now with slow and careful deliberation, "listen very attentively to the instructions I am going to give you, for on your implicit obedience to them depends not only your own life, but that of these two dear women. Go at once, now, to the Rue Sainte Anne, round the corner, the second house on your right, which is numbered 37. The porte cochere stands open. Go boldly through, past the concierge's box, and up the stairs to apartment number 12, second floor. Here is the key of the apartment," he added, producing one from his coat pocket and handing it over to the old man. "The rooms are nominally occupied by a certain Maître Tournedos, maker of violins, and not even the concierge of the place knows that the hunchbacked and snuffy violin-maker and the meddlesome Scarlet Pimpernel, whom the Committee of Public Safety would so love to lay by the heels, are one and the same person. The apartment, then, is mine. One of the many which I occupy in Paris at different times," he went on. "Let yourself in quietly with this key, walk straight across the first room to a wardrobe, which you will see in front of you. Open it. It is hung full of shabby clothes. Put these aside, and you will notice that the panels at the back do not fit very closely, as if the wardrobe was old or had been badly put together. Insert your fingers in the tiny aperture between the two middle panels. These slide back easily. There is a recess immediately behind them. Get in there. Pull the doors of the wardrobe together first, then slide the back panels into their place. You will be perfectly safe there, as the house is not under suspicion at present, and even if the Revolutionary Guard, under some meddlesome sergeant or other, chooses to pay it a surprise visit, your hiding-place will be perfectly secure. Now is all that quite understood?" "Absolutely, milord," replied Lenegre, even as he made ready to obey Sir Percy's orders. "But what about you? You cannot get out of this house, milord," he urged. "It is watched, I tell you." "La!" broke in Blakeney in his light-hearted way, "and do you think I didn't know that? I had to come and tell you about Pierre. And now I must give those worthy gendarmes the slip somehow. I have my rooms downstairs on the ground floor, as you know, and I must make certain arrangements so that we can all get out of Paris comfortably this evening. This demmed place is no longer safe either for you, my good Lenegre, or for petite maman and Rosette. But wherever I may be, meanwhile, don't worry about me. As soon as the gendarmes have been and gone, I'll go over to the Rue Sainte Anne and let you know what arrangements I've been able to make. So do as I tell you now, and in heaven's name let me look after myself." Whereupon, with scant ceremony, he hustled the old man out of the room. Père Lenegre had contrived to kiss petite maman and Rosette before he went. It was touching to see the perfect confidence with which these simple-hearted folk obeyed the commands of milord. Had he not saved Pierre in his wonderful, brave, resourceful way? Of a truth he would know how to save Père Lenegre also. But nevertheless, anguish gripped the women's hearts. Anguish doubly keen, since the saviour of Pierre was also in danger now. When Pere Lenegre's shuffling footsteps had died away along the flagged corridor, the stranger once more turned to the two women. "And now, petite maman," he said cheerily, as he kissed the old woman on both her furrowed cheeks, "keep up a good heart, and say your prayers with Rosette. Your old man and I will both have need of them." He did not wait to say good-bye, and anon it was his firm footstep that echoed down the corridor. He went off singing a song, at the top of his voice, for the whole house to hear, and for that traitor, Jean Baptiste, to come rushing out of his room, marvelling at the impudence of the man, and cursing the Committee of Public Safety, who were so slow in sending the soldiers of the Republic to lay this impertinent Englishman by the heels. End of Book 5, Chapter 1.
Book 5, Chapter 2 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 5, A Fine Bit of Work. Chapter 2. A quarter of an hour later, half-dozen men of the Republican Guard, with corporal and sergeant in command, were in the small apartment on the 5th floor of the tenement house in the Rue Jolivet. They had demanded an entry in the name of the Republic, had roughly hustled petite maman and Rosette, questioned them to Lenegre's whereabouts, and not satisfied with the reply which they received, had turned the tidy little home topsy-turvy, ransacked every cupboard, dislocated every bed, table, or sofa which might presumably have afforded a hiding-place for a man. Satisfied now that the suspect, whom they were searching for, was not on the premises, the sergeant stationed 4 of his men with the corporal outside the door and 2 within, and himself sitting down in the centre of the room, ordered the 2 women to stand before him and to answer his questions, clearly on pain of being dragged away forthwith to the Saint Lazare house of detention. Petite maman smoothed out her apron, crossed her arms before her, and looked the sergeant quite straight in the face. Rosette's eyes were full of tears, but she showed no signs of fear either, although her shoulder, where one of the gendarmes had seized it so roughly, was terribly painful. "Your husband, citizeness," asked the sergeant peremptorily, "where is he?" "I am not sure, citizen," replied petite maman. "At this hour he is generally at the government works in the Quai des Messageries." "He is not there now," asserted the sergeant. "We have knowledge that he did not go back to his work since dinner time." Petite maman was silent. "Answer," ordered the sergeant. "I cannot tell you more, citizen sergeant," she said firmly. "I do not know." "You do yourself no good, woman, by this obstinacy," he continued roughly. "My belief is that your husband is inside this house, hidden away somewhere. If necessary, I can get orders to have every apartment searched until he is found. But in that case it will go much harder with you and with your daughter, and much harder too with your husband than if he gave us no trouble and followed us quietly." But with sublime confidence in the man who saved Pierre, and who had given her explicit orders as to what she should do, petite maman, backed by Rosette, reiterated quietly: "I cannot tell you more, citizen sergeant. I do not know." "And what about the Englishman?" queried the sergeant more roughly. "The man they call the Scarlet Pimpernel. What do you know of him?" "Nothing, citizen," replied petite maman. "What should we poor folk know of an English milor?" "You know at any rate this much, citizeness, that the English milor helped your son Pierre to escape from justice." "If that is so," said petite maman quietly, "it cannot be wrong for a mother to pray to God to bless her son's preserver." "It behooves every good citizen," retorted the sergeant firmly, "to denounce all traitors to the Republic." "But since I know nothing about the Englishman, citizen sergeant?" And petite maman shrugged her thin shoulders as if the matter had ceased to interest her. "Think again, citizeness," admonished the sergeant. "It is your husband's neck as well as your daughter's and your own that you are risking by so much obstinacy." He waited a moment or two, as if willing to give the old woman time to speak. Then, when he saw that she kept her thin, quivering lips resolutely glued together, he called his corporal to him. "Go to the citizen commissary of the section," he commanded, "and ask for a general order to search every apartment in number 24 Rue Jolivet. Leave 2 of our men posted on the first and third landings of this house, and leave 2 outside this door. Be as quick as you can. You can be back here with the order in half an hour, or perhaps the committee will send me an extra squad. Tell the citizen commissary that this is a big house with many corridors. You can go." The corporal saluted and went. Petite maman and Rosette the while were still standing quietly in the middle of the room, their arms folded underneath their aprons, their wide open, anxious eyes fixed into space. Rosette's tears were falling slowly, one by one, down her cheeks, but petite maman was dry-eyed. She was thinking, and thinking as she had never had occasion to think before. She was thinking of the brave and gallant Englishman who had saved Pierre's life only yesterday. The sergeant who sat there before her had asked for orders from the citizen commissary to search this big house from attic to cellar. That is what made petite maman think and think. The brave Englishman was in this house at the present moment. The house would be searched from attic to cellar, and he would be found, taken, and brought to the guillotine. The man who yesterday had risked his life to save her boy was in imminent and deadly danger, and she, petite maman, could do nothing to save him. Every moment now she thought to hear milor's firm tread resounding on stairs or corridor. Every moment she thought to hear snatches of an English song, sung by a fresh and powerful voice, never after today to be heard in gaiety again. The old clock upon the shelf ticked away these seconds and minutes, while petite maman thought and thought, while men set traps to catch a fellow being in a deathly snare, and human carnivorous beasts lay lurking for their prey. End of Book 5, Chapter 2. Book 5, Chapter 3 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 5. A Fine Bit of Work. Chapter 3. Another quarter of an hour went by. Petite maman and Rosette had hardly moved. The shadows of evening were creeping into the narrow room, blurring the outlines of the pieces of furniture, and wrapping all the corners in gloom. The sergeant had ordered Rosette to bring in a lamp. This she had done, placing it upon the table so that the feeble light glinted upon the belt and buckles of the sergeant and upon the tricolour cockade which was pinned to his hat. Petite maman had thought and thought until she could think no more. Anon there was much commotion on the stairs. Heavy footsteps were heard ascending from below, then crossing the corridors on the various landings. The silence which reigned otherwise in the house, and which had fallen as usual on the squalid little street, void of traffic at this hour, caused those footsteps to echo with ominous power. Petite maman felt her heart beating so vigorously that she could hardly breathe. She pressed her wrinkled hands tightly against her bosom. There were quick words of command, alas! so familiar in France just now, the cruel, peremptory words that invariably preceded an arrest, preliminaries to the dragging of some wretched, often wholly harmless creature before a tribunal that knew neither pardon nor mercy. The sergeant, who had become drowsy in the close atmosphere of the tiny room, roused himself at the sound and jumped to his feet. The door was thrown open by the men stationed outside even before the authoritative words "Open, in the name of the Republic," had echoed along the narrow corridor. The sergeant stood at attention and quickly lifted his hand to his forehead in salute. A fresh squad of some half dozen men of the Republican Guard stood in the doorway. They were under the command of an officer of high rank, a rough, uncouth, almost bestial looking creature, with lank hair worn the fashionable length under his greasy chapeau bras, and unkempt beard round an ill-washed and bloated face. But he wore the tricolour sash and badge which proclaimed him one of the military members of the Sectional Committee of Public Safety, and the sergeant, who had been so overbearing with the women just now, had assumed a very humble and even obsequious manner. "You sent for a general order to the Sectional Committee?" said the newcomer, turning abruptly to the sergeant after he had cast a quick, searching glance round the room, hardly condescending to look on petite maman and Rosette, whose very souls were now gazing out of their anguish-filled eyes. "I did, citizen commandant," replied the sergeant. "I am not a commandant," said the other curtly. "My name is Rouget, member of the Convention and of the Committee of Public Safety. The Sectional Committee to whom you sent for a general order of search thought that you had blundered somehow, so they sent me to put things right." "I am not aware that I committed any blunder, citizen," stammered the sergeant dolefully. "I could not take the responsibility of making a domiciliary search all through the house, so I begged for fuller orders." "And wasted the Committee's time and mine by such nonsense," retorted Rouget harshly. "Every citizen of the Republic worthy of the name should know how to act on his own initiative when the safety of the nation demands it." "I did not know. I did not dare," murmured the sergeant, obviously cowed by this reproof, which had been delivered in the rough, overbearing tones peculiar to these men who, one and all, had risen from the gutter to places of importance and responsibility in the newly modelled state. "Silence!" commanded the other peremptorily. "Don't waste any more of my time with your lame excuses. You have failed in zeal and initiative. That's enough. What else have you done? Have you got the man Lenegre?" "No, citizen, he is not in hiding here, and his wife and daughter will not give us any information about him." "That is their lookout," retorted Rouget with a harsh laugh. "If they give up Lenegre of their own free will, the law will deal leniently with them, and even perhaps with him. But if we have to search the house for him, then it means the guillotine for the lot of them." He had spoken these callous words without even looking on the two unfortunate women. Nor did he ask them any further questions just then, but continued speaking to the sergeant. "And what about the Englishman? The Sectional Committee sent down some spies this morning to be on the lookout for him on or about this house. Have you got him?" "Not yet, citizen, but—" "Ah ca, citizen sergeant," broke in the other brusquely, "meseems that your zeal has been even more at fault than I had supposed. Have you done anything at all, then, in the matter of Lenegre or the Englishman?" "I have told you, citizen," retorted the sergeant sullenly, "that I believe Lenegre to be still in this house. At any rate, he had not gone out of it an hour ago, that's all I know, and I wanted to search the whole of this house, as I am sure we should have found him in one of the other apartments. These people are all friends together, and will always help each other to evade justice. But the Englishman was no concern of mine. The spies of the Committee were ordered to watch for him, and when they reported to me I was to proceed with the arrest. I was not sent to do any of the spying work. I am a soldier, and obey my orders when I get them." "Very well, then, you'd better obey them now, citizen sergeant," was Rouget's dry comment on the other man's surly explanation, "for you seem to have properly blundered from first to last, and will be hard put to it to redeem your character. The Republic, remember, has no use for fools." The sergeant, after this covert threat, thought it best apparently to keep his tongue, whilst Rouget continued in the same aggressive peremptory tone: "Get on with your domiciliary visits at once. Take your own men with you and leave me the others. Begin on this floor, and leave your sentry at the front door outside. Now let me see your zeal atoning for your past slackness. Right turn! Quick march!" Then it was that petite maman spoke out. She had thought, and now she knew what she ought to do. She knew that the cruel, inhuman wretch would presently begin his tramp up and down corridors and stairs, demanding admittance at every door, entering every apartment. She knew that the man who had saved her Pierre's life was in hiding somewhere in the house, that he would be found and dragged to the guillotine, for she knew that the whole government body of this abominable revolution was determined not to allow that hated Englishman to escape again. She was old and feeble, small and thin. That's why everyone called her Petite Maman. But once she knew what she ought to do, then her spirit overpowered the weakness of her wizened body. Now she knew, and even while that arrogant member of an execrated murdering committee was giving final instructions to the sergeant, Petite Maman said in a calm, piping voice: "No need, citizen sergeant, to go and disturb all my friends and neighbors. I'll tell you where my husband is." In a moment Roget had swung round on his heel. A hideous gleam of satisfaction spread over his grimy face, and he said with an ugly sneer: "So you have thought better of it, have you? Well, out with it. You'd better be quick about it if you want to do yourselves any good." "I have my daughter to think of," said Petite Maman in a feeble, querulous way, "and I won't have all my neighbors in this house made unhappy because of me. They have all been kind neighbors. Will you promise not to molest them and to clear the house of soldiers if I tell you where Lenegre is?" "The Republic makes no promises," replied Roget gruffly. "Her citizens must do their duty without hope of a reward. If they fail in it, they are punished. But privately I will tell you, woman, that if you save us the troublesome and probably unprofitable task of searching this rabbit warren through and through, it shall go very leniently with you and with your daughter, and perhaps I won't promise, remember perhaps with your husband also." "Very good, citizen," said Petite Maman calmly. "I am ready." "Ready for what?" he demanded. "To take you to where my husband is in hiding." "Oho! He is not in the house, then?" "No." "Where is he, then?" "In the Rue Sainte Anne. I will take you there." Roget cast a quick, suspicious glance on the old woman and exchanged one of understanding with the sergeant. "Very well," he said after a slight pause. "But your daughter must come along too. Sergeant," he added, "I'll take 3 of your men with me, and leave half a dozen. But it's better to be on the safe side. Post your fellows round the outer door, and on my way to the Rue Sainte Anne, I will leave word at the gendarmerie that a small reinforcement be sent on to you at once. These can be here in 5 minutes. Until then you are quite safe." Then he added under his breath, so that the woman should not hear: "The Englishman may still be in the house, in which case, hearing us depart, he may think us all gone and try to give us the slip. You'll know what to do?" he queried significantly. "Of course, citizen," replied the sergeant. "Now then, citizeness, hurry up." Once more there was tramping of heavy feet on stone stairs and corridors. A squad of soldiers of the Republican Guard, with 2 women in their midst, followed by a member of the Committee of Public Safety, a sergeant, corporal, and 2 or 3 more men, excited much anxious curiosity as they descended the steep flights of steps from the 5th floor. Pale, frightened faces peeped shyly through the doorways at sound of the noisy tramp from above, but quickly disappeared again at sight of the grimy scarlet facings and tricolour cockades. The sergeant and 3 soldiers remained stationed at the foot of the stairs inside the house. Then citizen Roget roughly gave the order to proceed. It seemed strange that it should require close on a dozen men to guard 2 women and to apprehend 1 old man. But as the member of the Committee of Public Safety whispered to the sergeant before he finally went out of the house: "The whole thing may be a trap, and one can't be too careful. The Englishman is said to be very powerful. I'll get the gendarmerie to send you another half dozen men, and mind you guard the house until my return." End of Book 5, Chapter 3. Book 5, Chapter 4 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 5, A Fine Bit of Work. Chapter 4. 5 minutes later, the soldiers, directed by Petite Maman, had reached number 37 Rue Sainte Anne. The big outside door stood wide open, and the whole party turned immediately into the house. The concierge, terrified and obsequious, rushed, trembling, out of his box. What was the pleasure of the citizen soldiers? He asked. Tell him, citizeness, commanded Rouget curtly. We are going to apartment number 12 on the second floor, said petite maman to the concierge. Have you a key of the apartment? Queried Rouget. No, citizen, stammered the concierge, but... Well, what is it? Queried the other peremptorily. Papa Turandot is a poor harmless maker of violins, said the concierge. I know him well, though he is not often at home. He lives with a daughter somewhere Passy way, and only uses this place as a workshop. I am sure he is no traitor. We'll soon see about that, remarked Rouget dryly. Petite maman held her shawl tightly crossed over her bosom. Her hands felt clammy and cold as ice. She was looking straight out before her, quite dry-eyed and calm, and never once glanced on Rosette, who was not allowed to come anywhere near her mother. As there was no duplicate key to apartment number 12, citizen Rouget ordered his men to break in the door. It did not take very long. The house was old and ramshackle, and the doors rickety. The next moment the party stood in the room which a while ago the Englishman had so accurately described to Pere Lenegre in petite maman's hearing. There was the wardrobe. Petite maman, closely surrounded by the soldiers, went boldly up to it. She opened it just as milor had directed, then pushed aside the row of shabby clothes that hung there. Then she pointed to the panels that did not fit quite tightly together at the back. Petite maman passed her tongue over her dry lips before she spoke. There is a recess behind those panels, she said at last. They slide back quite easily. My old man is there. And God bless you for a brave, loyal soul, came in merry, ringing accent from the other end of the room. And God save the Scarlet Pimpernel. These last words, spoken in English, completed the blank amazement which literally paralyzed the only three genuine Republican soldiers there, those, namely, whom Rouget had borrowed from the sergeant. As for the others, they knew what to do. In less than a minute they had overpowered and gagged the three bewildered soldiers. Rosette had screamed, terror-stricken, from sheer astonishment, but petite maman stood quite still, her pale, tear-dimmed eyes fixed upon the man whose gay "God bless you" had so suddenly turned her despair into hope. How was it that in the hideous, unkempt, and grimy Rouget she had not at once recognized the handsome and gallant milor who had saved her Pierre's life? Well, of a truth, he had been unrecognizable. But now that he tore the ugly wig and beard from his face, stretched out his fine figure to its full height, and presently turned his lazy, merry eyes on her, she could have screamed for very joy. The next moment he had her by the shoulders and had imprinted two sounding kisses upon her cheeks. "Now, petite maman," he said gaily, "let us liberate the old man." Pere Lenegre, from his hiding place, had heard all that had been going on in the room for the last few moments. True, he had known exactly what to expect, for no sooner had he taken possession of the recess behind the wardrobe than milor also entered the apartment, and then and there told him of his plans, not only for Pierre's own safety, but for that of petite maman and Rosette, who would be in grave danger if the old man followed in the wake of Pierre. Milor told him in his usual light-hearted way that he had given the Committee's spies the slip. "I do that very easily, you know," he explained. "I just slip into my rooms in the Rue Jolivet, change myself into a snuffy and hunchback violin maker, and walk out of the house under the noses of the spies. In the nearest wine shop my English friends, in various disguises, are all ready to my hand. Half a dozen of them are never far from where I am, in case they may be wanted." These half dozen brave Englishmen soon arrived one by one looking like a coal heaver, another like a seedy musician, a third like a coach driver, but they all walked boldly into the house and were soon all congregated in apartment number 12. Here fresh disguises were assumed, and soon a squad of Republican guards looked as like the real thing as possible. Pere Lenegre admitted himself that though he actually saw milor transforming himself into citizen Rouget, he could hardly believe his eyes, so complete was the change. "I am deeply grieved to have frightened and upset you so, petite maman," now concluded milor kindly, "but I saw no other way of getting you and Rosette out of the house, and leaving that stupid sergeant and some of his men behind. I did not want to arouse in him even the faintest breath of suspicion, and of course, if he had asked me for the written orders which he was actually waiting for, or if his corporal had returned sooner than I anticipated, there might have been trouble. But even then," he added with his usual careless insouciance, "I should have thought of some way of baffling those brutes. And now," he concluded more authoritatively, "it is a case of getting you out of Paris before the gates close. Pere Lenegre, take your wife and daughter with you, and walk boldly out of this house. The sergeant and his men have not vacated their post in the Rue Jolivet, and no one else can molest you. Go straight to the Porte de Neuilly, and on the other side wait quietly in the little café at the corner of the avenue until I come. Your old passes for the barriers still hold good. You were only placed on the suspect list this morning, and there has not been a hue and cry yet about you. In any case, some of us will be close by to help you if needs be." "But you, milor," stammered Pere Lenegre, "and your friends?" "La, man," retorted Blakeney lightly, "have I not told you before never to worry about me and my friends? We have more ways than one of giving the slip to this demmed government of yours. All you've got to think of is your wife and your daughter. I am afraid that petite maman cannot take more with her than she has on, but we'll do all we can for her comfort until we have you in perfect safety in England with Pierre." Neither Pere Lenegre nor petite maman nor Rosette could speak just then, for tears were choking them. But anon, when milor stood nearer, petite maman knelt down, and imprisoning his slender hand in her brown wrinkled ones, she kissed it reverently. He laughed and chided her for this. "'Tis I should kneel to you in gratitude, petite maman," he said earnestly. "You were ready to sacrifice your old man for me." "You have saved Pierre, milor," said the mother simply. A minute later Pere Lenegre and the two women were ready to go. Already milor and his gallant English friends were busy once more transforming themselves into grimy workmen or seedy middle class professionals. As soon as the door of apartment 12 finally closed behind the three good folk, my Lord Tony asked of his chief: "What about these three wretched soldiers, Blakeney?" "Oh, they'll be all right for 24 hours. They can't starve till then, and by that time the concierge will have realised that there's something wrong with that door of number 12, and will come in to investigate the matter. Are they securely bound, though?" "And gagged, rather," ejaculated one of the others. "Odds life, Blakeney," he added enthusiastically, "that was a fine bit of work." End of chapter 4 and end of book 5. A fine bit of work. Book 6, Chapter 1 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 6. How Jean Pierre met the Scarlet Pimpernel, as told by himself. Chapter 1. Ah, monsieur, the pity of it, the pity! Surely there are sins which le bon Dieu himself will condone. And if not, well, I had to risk his displeasure anyhow. Could I see them both starve, monsieur? I ask you. And monsieur le vicomte had become so thin, his tiny delicate bones were almost through his skin. And madame la marquise, an angel, monsieur. Why, in the happy olden days, before all these traitors and assassins ruled in France, monsieur and mademoiselle la marquise lived only for the child, and then to see him dying, yes, dying, there was no shutting one's eyes to that awful fact. Monsieur le Vicomte de Mortaine was dying of starvation and of disease. There we were, all herded together in a couple of attics, one of which little more than a cupboard, at the top of a dilapidated, half ruined house in the Rue des Pipots. Madame la Marquise, Monsieur le Vicomte, and I. Just think of that, monsieur. Monsieur le Marquis had his chateau, as no doubt you know, on the outskirts of Lyons. A loyal, high-born gentleman. Was it likely, I ask you, that he would submit passively to the rule of those execrable revolutionaries who had murdered their king, outraged their queen and royal family, and, God help them, had already perpetrated every crime and every abomination for which of a truth there could be no pardon either on earth or in heaven? He joined that plucky, but alas, small and ill-equipped army of royalists who, unable to save their king, were at least determined to avenge him. Well, you know well enough what happened. The counter-revolution failed. The revolutionary army brought Lyons down to her knees after a siege of 2 months. She was then marked down as a rebel city, and after the abominable decree of October 9th had deprived her of her very name, and Couthon had exacted bloody reprisals from the entire population for its loyalty to the king, the infamous Laporte was sent down in order finally to stamp out the lingering remnants of the rebellion. By that time, monsieur, half the city had been burned down, and 1/10 or more of the inhabitants, men, women, and children, had been massacred in cold blood, whilst most of the others had fled in terror from the appalling scene of ruin and desolation. Laporte completed the execrable work so ably begun by Couthon. He was a very celebrated and skilful doctor at the Faculty of Medicine, now turned into a human hyena in the name of liberty and fraternity. Monsieur le Marquis contrived to escape with the scattered remnant of the royalist army into Switzerland, but Madame la Marquise, throughout all these strenuous times, had stuck to her post at the chateau like the valiant creature she was. When Couthon entered Lyons at the head of the revolutionary army, the whole of her household fled, and I was left alone to look after her and Monsieur le Vicomte. Then one day when I had gone into Lyons for provisions, I suddenly chanced to hear outside an eating house that which nearly froze the marrow in my old bones. A captain belonging to the Revolutionary Guard was transmitting to his sergeant certain orders which he had apparently just received. The orders were to make a perquisition at 10 o'clock this same evening, in the chateau of Mortaine, as the Marquis was supposed to be in hiding there, and in any event to arrest every man, woman, and child who was found within its walls. Citizen Laporte, the captain concluded, knows for a certainty that the ci devant Marquise and her brat are still there, even if the Marquis has fled like the traitor that he is. Those cursed English spies who call themselves the League of the Scarlet Pimpernel have been very active in Lyons of late, and citizen Laporte is afraid that they might cheat the guillotine of the carcass of those aristos, as they have already succeeded in doing in the case of a large number of traitors. I did not, of course, wait to hear any more of that abominable talk. I sped home as fast as my old legs would carry me. That selfsame evening, as soon as it was dark, Madame la Marquise, carrying Monsieur le Vicomte in her arms, and I, carrying a pack with a few necessaries on my back, left the ancestral home of the Mortaines never to return to it again. For within an hour of our flight, a detachment of the revolutionary army made a descent upon the chateau. They ransacked it from attic to cellar, and finding nothing there to satisfy their lust of hate, they burned the stately mansion down to the ground. We were obliged to take refuge in Lyons, at any rate for a time. Great was the danger inside the city. It was infinitely greater on the high roads, unless we could arrange for some vehicle to take us a considerable part of the way to the frontier, and above all for some of the passports, forged or otherwise, to enable us to pass the various toll gates on the road, where vigilance was very strict. So we wandered through the ruined and deserted streets of the city in search of shelter, but found every charred and derelict house full of miserable tramps and destitutes like ourselves. Half dead with fatigue, Madame la Marquise was at last obliged to take refuge in one of those houses which was situated in the Rue des Pipots. Every room was full to overflowing with a miserable wreckage of humanity thrown hither by the tide of anarchy and of bloodshed. But at the top of the house we found an attic. It was empty save for a couple of chairs, a table, and a broken down bedstead, on which there was a ragged mattress and pillow. Here, monsieur, we spent over 3 weeks, at the end of which time M. le Vicomte fell ill, and then there followed days, monsieur, through which I would not like my worst enemy to pass. Madame la Marquise had only been able to carry away in her flight what ready money she happened to have in the house at the time. Securities, property, money belonging to the aristocrats had been ruthlessly confiscated by the revolutionary government in Lyons. Our scanty resources rapidly became exhausted, and what was left had to be kept for milk and delicacies for M. le Vicomte. I tramped through the streets in search of a doctor, but most of them had been arrested on some paltry charge or other of rebellion, whilst others had fled from the city. There was only that infamous Laporte, a vastly clever doctor I knew, but as soon take a lamb to a hungry lion as the Vicomte de Mortaine to that bloodthirsty cutthroat. Then one day our last franc went, and we had nothing left. Madame la Marquise had not touched food for 2 days. I had stood at the corner of the street, begging all the day until I was driven off by the gendarmes. I had only obtained 3 sous from the passers by. I bought some milk and took it home for M. le Vicomte. The following morning, when I entered the larger attic, I found that Madame la Marquise had fainted from inanition. I spent the whole of the day begging in the streets and dodging the guard, and even so I only collected 4 sous. I could have got more, perhaps, only that at about midday the smell of food from an eating house turned me sick and faint, and when I regained consciousness I found myself huddled up under a doorway and evening gathering in fast around me. If Madame la Marquise could go 2 days without food, I ought to go 4. I struggled to my feet. Fortunately, I had retained possession of my 4 sous, else of a truth I would not have had the courage to go back to the miserable attic which was the only home I knew. I was wending my way along as fast as I could, for I knew that Madame la Marquise would be getting terribly anxious, when, just as I turned into the Rue Blanche, I spied 2 gentlemen, obviously strangers, for they were dressed with a luxury and care with which we had long ceased to be familiar in Lyons, walking rapidly towards me. A moment or 2 later they came to a halt not far from where I was standing, and I heard the taller one of the 2 say to the other in English, a language with which I am vaguely conversant: "All right again this time, what, Tony?" Both laughed merrily like a couple of schoolboys playing truant, and then they disappeared under the doorway of a dilapidated house, whilst I was left wondering how 2 such elegant gentlemen dared to be abroad in Lyons these days, seeing that every man, woman and child who was dressed in anything but threadbare clothes was sure to be insulted in the streets for an aristocrat, and as often as not summarily arrested as a traitor. However, I had other things to think about, and had already dismissed the little incident from my mind, when at the bottom of the Rue Blanche I came upon a knot of gaffers, men and women, who were talking and gesticulating very excitedly outside the door of a cook shop. At first I did not take much notice of what was said. My eyes were glued to the front of the shop, on which were displayed sundry delicacies of the kind which makes a wretched starved beggar's mouth water as he goes by. A roast capon especially attracted my attention, together with a bottle of red wine. These looked just the sort of luscious food which Madame la Marquise would relish. Well, sir, the law of God says, "Thou shalt not covet," and no doubt that I committed a grievous sin when my hungry eyes fastened upon that roast capon and that bottle of Burgundy. We also know the stories of Judas Iscariot and of Jacob's children, who sold their own brother Joseph into slavery. Such a crime, monsieur. I took upon my conscience then, for just as the vision of Madame la Marquise eating that roast capon and drinking that Burgundy rose before my eyes, my ears caught some fragments of the excited conversation which was going on all around me. "He went this way," someone said. "No, that," protested another. "There's no sign of him now, anyway." The owner of the shop was standing on his own doorstep, his legs wide apart, one arm on his wide hip, the other still brandishing the knife wherewith he had been carving for his customers. The impudent rascal, flaunting such fine clothes, like the aristo that he is. Bah, these cursed English, they are aristos, all of them, and this one with his followers is no better than a spy, paid by that damned English government to murder all our patriots and to rob the guillotine of her just dues. They say he had a hand in the escape of the ci devant Duc de Sermeuse and all his brats from the very tumbril which was taking them to execution. A cry of loathing and execration followed this statement. There was vigorous shaking of clenched fists, and then a groan of baffled rage. "We almost had him this time. If it had not been for these confounded, ill lighted streets, I would give something," concluded the shopkeeper, "if we could lay him by the heels." "What would you give, citizen Dompierre?" queried the woman in the crowd, with a ribald laugh. "One of your roast capons?" "Aye, little mother," he replied jovially, "and a bottle of my best Burgundy to boot, to drink confusion to that meddlesome Englishman and his crowd, and a speedy promenade up the steps of the guillotine." Monsieur, I assure you that at that moment my heart absolutely stood still. The tempter stood at my elbow and whispered, and I delicately smothered the call of my conscience. I did what Joseph's brethren did, what brought Judas Iscariot to hopeless remorse. There was no doubt that the hue and cry was after the two elegantly dressed gentlemen whom I had seen enter the dilapidated house in the Rue Blanche. For a second or two I closed my eyes, and deliberately conjured up the vision of Madame la Marquise fainting for lack of food, and of M. le Vicomte dying for want of sustenance. Then I worked my way to the door of the shop, and accosted the burly proprietor with as much boldness as I could muster. "The two Englishmen passed by me at the top of the Rue Blanche," I said to him. "They went into a house. I can show you which it is." In a moment I was surrounded by a screeching, gesticulating crowd. I told my story as best I could. There was no turning back now from the path of cowardice and of crime. I saw that brute Dompierre pick up the largest roast capon from the front of his shop, together with a bottle of that wine which I had coveted. Then he thrust both these treasures into my trembling hands and said, "En avant!" And we all started to run up the street, shouting, "Death to the English spies!" I was the hero of the expedition. Dompierre and another man carried me, for I was too weak to go as fast as they wished. I was hugging the capon and the bottle of wine to my heart. I had need to do that, so as to still the insistent call of my conscience, for I felt a coward, a mean, treacherous, abominable coward. When we reached the house, and I pointed it out to Dompierre, the crowd behind us gave a cry of triumph. In the topmost story a window was thrown open, two heads appeared silhouetted against the light within, and a cry of triumph below was answered by a merry, prolonged laugh from above. I was too dazed to realise very clearly what happened after that. Dompierre, I know, kicked open the door of the house, and the crowd rushed in his wake. I managed to keep my feet and to work my way gradually out of the crowd. I must have gone on mechanically, almost unconsciously, for the next thing that I remember with any distinctness was that I found myself once more speeding down the Rue Blanche, with all the yelling and shouting some little way behind me. With blind instinct, too, I had clung to the capon and the wine, the price of my infamy. I was terribly weak and felt sick and faint, but I struggled on for a while, until my knees refused me service, and I came down on my two hands, whilst the capon rolled away into the gutter and the bottle of Burgundy fell with a crash against the pavement, scattering its precious contents in every direction. There I lay, wretched, despairing, hardly able to move, when suddenly I heard rapid and firm footsteps immediately behind me, and the next moment two firm hands had me under the arms, and I heard a voice saying: "Steady, old friend. Can you get up? There, is that better?" The same firm hands raised me to my feet. At first I was too dazed to see anything, but after a moment or two I was able to look around, and by the light of a street lantern immediately overhead, I recognized the tall, elegantly dressed Englishman and his friend, whom I had just betrayed to the fury of Dompierre and a savage mob. I thought that I was dreaming, and I suppose that my eyes betrayed the horror which I felt, for the stranger looked at me scrutinizingly for a moment or two, then he gave the quaintest laugh I had ever heard in all my life, and said something to his friend in English, which this time I failed to understand. "By my faith," he said in perfect French, so that I began to doubt if he was an English spy after all, "I verily believe that you are the clever rogue, eh, who obtained a roast capon and a bottle of wine from that fool Dompierre. He and his boon companions are venting their wrath on you, old compeer. They are calling you liar and traitor and cheat, in the intervals of wrecking what is left of the house out of which my friend and I have long since escaped by climbing up the neighbouring gutter pipes and scrambling over the adjoining roofs. Monsieur, will you believe me when I say that he was actually saying all this in order to comfort me? I could have sworn to that, because of the wonderful kindliness which shone out of his eyes, even through the good humoured mockery wherewith he obviously regarded me. Do you know what I did then, monsieur? I just fell on my knees and loudly thanked God that he was safe, at which both he and his friend once again began to laugh, for all the world like two schoolboys who had escaped a whipping, rather than two men who were still threatened with death. "Then it was you!" said the taller stranger, who was still laughing so heartily that he had to wipe his eyes with his exquisite lace handkerchief. "May God forgive me," I replied. The next moment his arm was again round me. I clung to him as to a rock, for of a truth I had never felt a grasp so steady and withal so gentle and kindly, as was his around my shoulders. I tried to murmur words of thanks, but again that wretched feeling of sickness and faintness overcame me, and for a second or two it seemed to me as if I were slipping into another world. The stranger's voice came to my ear as it were through cotton wool. "The man is starving," he said. "Shall we take him over to your lodgings, Tony? They are safer than mine. He may be able to walk in a minute or two. If not, I can carry him." My senses at this partly returned to me, and I was able to protest feebly: "No, no, I must go back. I must, kind sirs. Madame la Marquise will be getting so anxious." No sooner were these foolish words out of my mouth than I could have bitten my tongue out for having uttered them. And yet, somehow, it seemed as if it was the stranger's magnetic personality, his magic voice and kindly act towards me, who had so basely sold him to his enemies, which had drawn them out of me. He gave a low, prolonged whistle. "Madame la Marquise?" he queried, dropping his voice to a whisper. Now to have uttered Madame la Marquise de Mortaine's name here in Lyons, where every aristocrat was termed a traitor and sent without trial to the guillotine, was in itself an act of criminal folly. And yet, you may believe me, monsieur, or not, there was something within me just at that moment that literally compelled me to open my heart out to this stranger, whom I had so basely betrayed, and who requited my abominable crime with such gentleness and mercy. Before I fully realised what I was doing, monsieur, I had blurted out the whole history of Madame la Marquise's flight and of Monsieur le Vicomte's sickness to him. He drew me under the cover of an open doorway, and he and his friend listened to me without speaking a word until I had told them my pitiable tale to the end. When I had finished, he said quietly: "Take me to see Madame la Marquise, old friend, Who knows, perhaps I may be able to help." Then he turned to his friend. "Will you wait for me at my lodgings, Tony," he said, "and let Ffoulkes and Hastings know that I may wish to speak with them on my return?" He spoke like one who had been accustomed all his life to give command, and I marvelled how his friend immediately obeyed him. Then, when the latter had disappeared down the dark street, the stranger once more turned to me. "Lean on my arm, good old friend," he said, "and we must try and walk as quickly as we can. The sooner we allay the anxieties of Madame la Marquise, the better." I was still hugging the roast capon with one arm, with the other I clung to him as together we walked in the direction of the Rue des Pipots. On the way we halted at a respectable eating house, where my protector gave me some money wherewith to buy a bottle of good wine and sundry provisions and delicacies which we carried home with us. End of Book 6, Chapter 1. Book 6, Chapter 2 of The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Scarlet Pimpernel by Baroness Orczy. Book 6. How Jean Pierre Met the Scarlet Pimpernel, as told by himself. Chapter 2. Never shall I forget the look of horror which came in Madame la Marquise's eyes when she saw me entering our miserable attic in the company of a stranger. The last of the little bit of tallow candle flickered in its socket. Madame threw her emaciated arms over her child, just like some poor hunted animal defending its young. I could almost hear the cry of terror which died down in her throat ere it reached her lips. But then, monsieur, to see the light of hope gradually illuminating her pale, wan face, as the stranger took her hand and spoke to her, oh, so gently and so kindly, was a sight which filled my poor, half broken heart with joy. "The little invalid must be seen by a doctor at once," he said. "After that only can we think of your ultimate safety." Madame la Marquise, who herself was terribly weak and ill, burst out crying. "Would I not have taken him to a doctor ere now?" she murmured through her tears. "But there is no doctor in Lyons. Those who have not been arrested as traitors have fled from this stricken city, and my little José is dying for want of medical care." "Your pardon, madame," he rejoined gently. "One of the ablest doctors in France is at present in Lyons." "That infamous Laporte!" she broke in, horrified. "He would snatch my sick child from my arms and throw him to the guillotine." "He would save your boy from disease," said the stranger earnestly. "His own professional pride or professional honour, whatever he might choose to call it, would compel him to do that. But the moment the doctor's work was done, that of the executioner would commence." "You see, milor," moaned madame in pitiable agony, "that there is no hope for us." "Indeed there is," he replied. "We must get M. le Vicomte well first. After that we shall see." "But you are not proposing to bring that infamous Laporte to my child's bedside?" she cried in horror. "Would you have your child die here before your eyes?" retorted the stranger, "as he undoubtedly will this night?" This sounded horribly cruel, and the tone in which it was said was commanding. There was no denying its truth. M. le Vicomte was dying. I could see that. For a moment or two madame remained quite still, with her great eyes, circled with pain and sorrow, fixed upon the stranger. He returned her gaze steadily and kindly, and gradually that frozen look of horror in her pale face gave place to one of deep puzzlement, and through her bloodless lips there came the words faintly murmured: "Who are you?" He gave no direct reply, but from his little finger he detached a ring and held it out for her to see. I saw it too, for I was standing close by Madame la Marquise, and the flickering light of the tallow candle fell full upon the ring. It was of gold, and upon it there was an exquisitely modelled, 5 petalled little flower in vivid red enamel. Madame la Marquise looked at the ring, then once again up into his face. He nodded assent, and my heart seemed even then to stop its beating as I gazed upon his face. Had we not, all of us, heard of the gallant Scarlet Pimpernel? And did I not know, far better than Madame la Marquise herself, the full extent of his gallantry and his self sacrifice? The hue and cry was after him. Human bloodhounds were even now on his track, and he spoke calmly of walking out again in the streets of Lyons, and of affronting that infamous Laporte, who would find glory in sending him to death. I think he guessed what was passing in my mind, for he put a finger up to his lip and pointed significantly to M. le Vicomte. It was beautiful to see how completely Madame la Marquise now trusted him. At his bidding she even ate a little of the food and drank some wine, and I was forced to do likewise. And even when, anon, he declared his intention of fetching Laporte immediately, she did not flinch. She kissed M. le Vicomte with passionate fervour, and then gave the stranger her solemn promise that the moment he returned she would take refuge in the next room and never move out of it until after Laporte had departed. When he went, I followed him to the top of the stairs. I was speechless with gratitude and also with fears for him. But he took my hand and said, with that same quaint, somewhat inane laugh which was so characteristic of him: "Be of good cheer, old fellow. Those confounded murderers will not get me this time." End of Book 6, Chapter 2.